through some of the practicalities so that we do have a good start at 10 o'clock. To let you know that the fire exits are here and here, the two doors here into the hall. The toilets are out of here and just to the right. If I could remind you, because I forgot to do it last week, to put your mobiles on silent, that would be greatly appreciated. And to let you know that this event is being recorded, which I need to do. And also at this point, I wanted to wholeheartedly and on all our behalves thank the Wellesley Parish Church catering team, I'm going to call you, who have, as they always do, stepped up and provided some wonderful refreshments for us today. So thank you before we even start for that, all of you, to Wellesley. And a very warm thank you too to Gillian, the parish minister, Gillian Patterson, who can't be with us today. We're sending a very big bunch of flowers as a thank you to her. And also to Fiona Kerr, who works here with her as her community development worker. Fiona isn't here either, but Fiona has very much been a part of the practicalities of making this happen today. So big thanks there too. And I'm going to just also thank Lorraine, who is our presbytery moderator, no least, but who has spent, I don't know how many hours we're up to, Lorraine, in making sure that the lists have all been collated for today. And any amount of other bits and pieces that she's been doing. So Lorraine, thank you very, very much. And Lauren is on tech today and is making all of that work. So today is happening, as these things always do, because of a lot of other people's work behind the scenes. And so sincere thanks for that. So we'll begin in just a moment or two. But thank you all very much for coming.
These are Tammy's words. I'm terrified for winter. Right now, I get £520 a month on benefits, and I'm putting over 400 of that towards my fuel bills. I have an 8-year-old daughter at home, and I have a health condition. Turning the heating off during the winter isn't an option for me. I'm using more gas now that it's getting colder. I've had to use it because I've had a nasty chest infection, which can then make my COPD worse. Basically, it don't matter what day it is. I'm topping up my gas or electricity daily. I honestly don't know what to do.
Morning. We're going to have a couple of readings, one from Philippians and one in a CAP publication that I found recently and then immediately lost, but had happily got the thing I needed out of it, and then a short prayer. Brothers and sisters, I rejoice greatly in the Lord, and now at last you revived your concern for me. You were, of course, concerned about me, but lacked an opportunity. Not that I say this because of need, for I have learned in whatever situation I find myself to be self-sufficient. I know indeed how to live in humble circumstances. I also know how to live with abundance. In every circumstance and in all things, I have learned the secret of being well fed and of going hungry, of living in abundance and of being in need. I have the strength for everything through him who empowers me. And this is a piece by Jane Gosnell, The Price of Conformity. School shoes cost big. Growing feet struggle. Worry, missed heartbeats. Wish that those who make the rules remember our kids go to school. White shirts, black skirts, black trousers, black socks, black shoes, no trainers. All kids hate them, fight against them. No colour, stripes or fancy laces. Special school ties snag and fray. Blazers shine more every day. Mates might mock a hand-me-down, so go to buy new, scour the town. Boy says all his mates have vans, forgets they also have helpful nans. Girl says kicker's fine for her, I'm wishing that their dad would care. Benefits not fit for purpose, constant fear, state couldn't care less. When they're laughed at, because of me of course, I feel guilty. Boy comes home after PE, says, my shoes have been nicked, expecting me to solve the problem like they're free. They're our food budget for next week. I cry so hard I can barely speak. Let us join together in a short prayer. Together, let us pray. Lord, be with us today as we hear of the desperate situations that many people around us in Fife live through day by day and worry even more about what tomorrow will bring. Encourage us to listen to what is being said to us, to support but not direct, to open our eyes to see what is really happening. Encourage us to give of our time where we are needed, not just doing what we have assumed needs to be done or is wanted. Help us to have compassion for those in need. Help us to listen to those in need. Help us to respond in love, with kindness, and with generous love. Whether we have beliefs or none, encourage us. Help us to share love, concerns, fears, as well as hope for the better future. We know this will be an emotional day for some, and thought-provoking. Be with all who need comfort with understanding and hope. We want to make a difference, but how? Listen to what is already being done by many organisations, but we need to do so much more. We hope and pray that by the end of the day, we know how, where, when, and why that help is needed. We've a lot to learn. But Lord, be with us on our journey and guide us to work together to make a difference. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Well, good morning again. My name is Jane Barron, and I'm the convener of Fife Presbytery's Poverty Task Force, which is a very new animal. And the folk who really make this task force work and will make it work in the future are our mission director, Neil Campbell, Jackie Close, who is the Director of Faith and Community Dundee, and her colleague Alex Sanderson is here today as well. Shirley Grieve, the Secretary of Priority Areas for the Church of Scotland, Gillian Patterson, the Minister of this church, and Elizabeth Cranfield, the Minister of our other Priority Area church in this area at Methil Hill and Denbeath. Sheena Watson, who is the Digital Engagement Officer on Fife Council. And all of these people's experience and knowledge is absolutely key. And of course, there are so many people we're grateful to who work with us on an ad hoc consultancy basis. And we very much hope that circle will widen too. Jesus Christ was born 2,000 years ago when an economic system called the domination system prevailed in Israel and the wider Middle East. The domination system was a system which allowed people with a lot of money and power to have control over the majority of Jewish peasants, many of whom had their ancestral lands taken away from them by greedy landlords, with the net result that the peasants got poorer and poorer, and many of them found themselves working as labourers on their own ancestral land, employed on a day-by-day basis. Those of you who read your scriptures will hear echoes of that in certain parables. And those of you unfamiliar with the scriptures will hear a resonance, surely, with what is happening so steeply and deeply, as Pauline was saying earlier to me today from the Big House Project, steeply and deeply, more and more in our time. 2,000 years later, we're still here. As scripture says, there is nothing new under the sun. One of Jesus' most famous sayings, I think, is from Matthew's Gospel, where he's quoted saying, "The poor you will always have with you." And far from this being a shrug of the shoulder inevitability, which we have to simply tolerate, as with many quotes from Scripture, we should do our homework and find out where this comes from. And it comes from the book of Deuteronomy, written some 700 odd years earlier than the words of Jesus, where it says, "Since there will never cease to be some in need on the earth, I therefore command you, open your hand to the poor and needy neighbor in your land. This is not a command to help, to cease helping, because the poor are always with us, but to continue to help and do so generously." That's where the quote comes from, and that's what he meant. The poor are always with us, and we must respond, and generously. I think this is why we're all here today, regardless of creed or faith or belief, to continue to seek a generous response to the misery that so many people experience. And our very grandly named Fife Presbytery Task Force is very grateful to you all for coming along. You'll see we have a busy day ahead, and we've tried to factor in time for all of us to talk round tables, to react and reflect, and above all, meet each other and know who we are. There are something like 23 and more congregations from the Church of Scotland represented here today. I don't know how many third sector charity organisations are here. At the last count, I think I got almost 10, and there are some out in the hall that have stands as well. And people from the council are here too. And we're conscious that everyone is busy. Congregations, charity and council workers are exhausted, and the winter hasn't even begun. But as Jackie said, with all of her experience working in this area over 25 years, we hope being here together is helpful, if for no other reason than to go away with perhaps one thing in mind that you could take back to your congregation or you could do yourself. We're all overwhelmed. If there's one thing that we could take back, that will make a difference, and it'll work into that patchwork quilt. If we just work on our patch, the quilt will get made. Thanks to Marcus Borg for that one. So thank you very much for coming, and I'm going to hand over now to Jackie. Thanks.
Just realised I wore my most clicky-clacky boots. Quite noisy. Apologies. Should have put my trainers on. Anyway, I'm delighted to be here with you today. My name's Jackie Close, Director of Faith and Community Dundee. You might be saying, Dundee? That's not in Fife. Has it moved across the water? Did we not know something? But we're delighted that in the last year we've been able to stretch our boundaries as an organisation and connect with faith communities wider than Dundee. So we've been delighted to work with Fife Presbytery over the last year. I have with me my colleagues from Dundee Fighting for Fairness. I wonder if you guys can just wave your hands. You will meet them later, but they are absolutely fantastic and delighted to be here, and they're going to lead us through a wee workshop session, an interactive session after the first tea break. So just to let you know what's coming up, this morning is really about hearing about the experiences people are having right now and what that means to them. It's about listening to the voices of experience first, because that's what we need to do before we do anything else. So what we're going to do now is I've got Reverend Elizabeth Cranfield is going to come up, and she's going to take us through the first part of this morning. We're going to have some interviews and then a break. So I'll hand over to Elizabeth.
On behalf of everyone from this congregation and also from the neighbouring priority area parish Metherhill and Denbeath Church, a very warm welcome to all of you. We're really glad you've come along this morning, and we hope you find this event interesting, informative, inspiring and challenging. And we hope you go away from here with a lot to think about and maybe some practical ideas about what you, your congregations and communities can do to combat poverty, inequalities and injustice. And just as we get set up for the first session, you can have a couple of minutes just to chat around your table, to introduce each other and just find out who's sitting at your table. So a couple of minutes just to chat among each other before we start the session. So if you can come to me, but yes, if you can, yes. Yes. So Mary, so if you.
And then I'll go and sit down after that and leave it to the camera.
Right, are you ready?
So I think we're ready to go now. So you've had a little blather with each other. So you're all settled? So we're now going to hear about some very remarkable and very inspiring workshops that members from both the priority area congregations have been part of, along with lots of enthusiastic people from the communities. The main presentation will be by three very enthusiastic community participants in the workshops. But first, I'm going to hand over to Marion from the Cora Foundation, who ran the workshops, and she's going to give an introduction.
Hello, I'm very happy to be here. Thanks for inviting us. As Elizabeth said, I work with the Cora Foundation in Methil as a community coordinator. Starting in November last year, we started a series of workshops around a course that was called Health Inequalities in Our Communities, which actually is a course that was designed by the Scottish Community Development Centre. So I became a facilitator for that course, and so we got interested parties in Methil to do the course, and we did 5 workshops from November to August 2022, and for each of these workshops we had about 25 to 30 community members. I'll leave it to the community members to tell you about the course. But basically I was attracted to this course because it's interactive. That's the key methodology of the course, that people really participate. It's not like experts talking down at people, it's people talking about the issues that affect them. Also, the key premise of the course is inequality causes bad health. And so for that perspective, it's the social determinants of health that affect people's health. Of course, there's individual factors, but the biggest contributor to bad health, ill health, is inequality. So for instance, the economy, how the economy is run, political decisions, how resources are allocated, for instance, with the National Health Service, as well as policy that's designed and how it's implemented, economics as to where the money goes and what's a priority. These are all political decisions that contribute to inequality, and also the environment. So the environment, where we live, the neighbourhoods we live, the air around us, nature, these all affect our health, whether we have better health or whether we have worse health. So basically there was 3 models of health. It's the individual, you know, sort of like the behaviourist, an individual contributes to their bad health. It's the decisions they make, it's the choices they make. That's one perspective of health. And then another one is sort of biological, you know, hereditary, that sort of thing, genetics. And then we have the social determinants of health. So we were the social determinants of health. And so then basically the premise of the workshops is just to create a space for dialogue, questions, critical conversations, and also talking about what would be the solutions. So community members really thinking out the box and also thinking about what's the solutions to this. Because sometimes their solutions are completely different than, you know, people that have power. And so, so I'll leave it to the community to tell you about the course.
Thanks so much, Marion. And it's just lovely to have the 3 of you here today. Over to you, Sharon. You're going to tell us something about the topics of the workshops.
Yes. Hi, I'm Sharon Robertson. I'm a mother of 4 and one of my kids has additional needs, and I come from the local area in Kennoway. Basically, just going to tell you a wee bit about what we've done at each workshop. So the first workshop was on equality, inequality and the impacts on our health. Basically, we covered things like what impacts your health. So we've got isolation, loneliness, stress, anxiety, peer pressure, living on benefits, school exclusions, and then environmental issues like pollution, people's health conditions affected by the actual area that they stay in. And then the second week we covered equality and inequality modules. So the biomedical, behavioural and social environmental models that influence your health and the strategies addressing these issues. The third workshop covered was SIMD stats and the mapping of the local area, just looking at the deprived areas and the advantaged areas really. And within Fife, it was quite surprising the different what areas had the different outcomes. And we just feel like we get looked at methyl area and things gets looked at as a deprived area, but we don't feel like we're deprived. And the community spirit here is really quite strong. And you've seen that with the way everybody come together at the meetings, and we all kind of come up with the same outcomes, whether we come from here or further afield. Week 4, we covered the human rights and human rights of children, as we had quite a few children attended the actual workshops as well. And it was great to see that their ideas was similar to what the adults' ideas was. And we just spoke about things like you having your right to have a voice, your right to warm clothing and food, to defend yourself, education, things like that. And then we finished on week 5 was the cost of living crisis, and we just covered how the health inequalities and methyl and surrounding areas basically impact your health and that as well. That's basically what we covered.
Thank you so much, Sharon. That was really, really interesting. And now handing over to Carol. Carol, we're going to hear from you about our last workshop in more detail, about the workshop on the cost of living and the energy crisis. Do you want to use the word?
Hi there, my name's Carol Barnes. I'm a mum of 3 for the local area. I've done quite a bit of community engagement stuff recently, but I'm just tailoring things back a wee bit. So these workshops were really good, and it was really good to see like the kids. We all came from different backgrounds, different areas and different things. But I'm just going to have an emphasis on the cost of living crisis. Basically, it was quite a topic that everybody was worried about, and everything that's happened at the moment. So what's affecting the rise in energy costs, more inequalities, why is it happening, and is there any solutions? So we had quite a bit of debate around things that we were talking about. So just a wee bit of what everybody was seeing every day. Some essential foods has almost doubled. Increasing in the bills are just going up. When you're going at the shops, there's some empty shelves. Sometimes there's just empty shelves and nothing. The media is scaremongering, as they would say, but it's just constant on the media. So you switch on the TV and it's just like, it's like that, but it's just constant every day. So it's like Groundhog Day. You're not getting away from it. You're not getting away from the bigger picture. All the petrol prices, they've been going up. Other people putting just prices up in the shops because they know that they can when they really shouldn't be. For one example, I went on holiday to Oban, and their petrol prices were still low. But here they were really high. But they were still using the stock that they had, so they kept the prices the same. Whereas it's different here. If they go to the local supermarket, they're putting it up because, well, right, the petrol prices has went up. Basic bread, milk and butter. I mean, these are just odd things that people are bringing forward and saying that they're really expensive, and that's the things that people would use every day. There's lots of waste fruit products. You've got Fair Share now, which is really good. They're coming into rail, but you still see in the shops and stuff that there's waste products, and that could go to be helping people rather than just getting put in the bin or whatever. All the bills are going up. People are buying less healthy foods because they can't afford it. Going for more microwave meals, but then that's not really good for them. People are dining out less, so there's not as much money going into the economy, to the local businesses and stuff. Teas, coffees, there's a lot of stress and anxiety about it. Some small local businesses are closing down because they've just not got the people who come into it. People are frightened to go back to like social events because they've not got the money to do stuff. It makes them isolated, they get withdrawn. It just creates a not very nice cycle. More people are feeling more desperate about stuff now. And sometimes they get more intolerant with other people's being, and they get stressed themselves. More effects on their mental health. The struggles to care for their pets, possibly. The wages are only going up with the cost of everything else. Unfortunately, the wages are still stuck. That's the main thing that we're hearing on the news at the minute, as well as the wages. They're not coinciding with the rises of everything that's going up. People are actually struggling to get jobs that are going to be able to maintain as well, which is really difficult. And there's less affordable housing for people. There's a lot of houses that are private let, and they're quite expensive for some people to pay that amount every month. There's not many council houses that people can actually get. If you're on the list, you're on the list for a while. So some of the effects, it's just you get your pay-as-you-go customers. Your petrol prices are astronomical. These are just some of the things that people have told us in these workshops that I'm going to give you examples of. Then there's more need for food banks and community cafes as well. They've increased. Society, how could I put this one? Yeah, so I've lost my train of thought here. I've lost it. That's fine. That's fine. A lot of people are actually frightened to go to work to actually make the money come in. There's a whole different surrounding benefactor around it. People want to work, but they can't really afford to go to work because it doesn't pay, because the wages are so little. You do get your 0-hour contracts, which are not really any good for people as well. So I've got I think it's a wee quote. Quotation here, I'm just reading it off a sheet here. While foods and costs are soaring, they go to school. Some of the kids going to school. They're going to school hungry. We are seeing the breakfast clubs coming back to school because they weren't there before. Got to look at what some companies are just like honing in on the fact that people are in need, and rather than just spreading the cost and making things easier, they're like, right, okay, I could work on this. So they put all their prices up as well, and so that people can't get what they need, the basic needs. Excuse me. A few other things that we had talked about as well is obviously you've got your war in Ukraine, and it all affects in the gas and the oil industry, so this is all filtering down to us, unfortunately. The governments are finally doing something now, but they've took a long time to get to where we are. But it's good to see that people are getting help now, and a wee bit of subsidy to get their energy bills done. Had a memory blank. So we get it's good to see the fact that the bills are coming down now. They put a cap on it. So this was some of the things that we'd all spoken about at these workshops about how could it work, how could it go forward, how could we make a difference, and we spoke about the difference in the fact that it's working together as a community, setting up the community cafes, getting the community back in and involved. So the government solutions are coming in. I think that's about it. I'm just going to say a couple of wee statements of what people thought about it. So they thought it was good to everybody to have a voice, to have their opinion, and to go forward. Thought it was quite thought-provoking on things that they'd done, and it was good to see everybody at all different ages and walks of life come together, and we were able to have a proper discussion where we all joined in and worked together. It was a bit similar to this. You had your wee tables, but then we all spoke to each other and everything else. So, yeah, they were really good workshops. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carol. You've given us a lot of information, a real insight in what these workshops were like. And now, as we move towards the last part of our presentation, Margaret, I would like to ask you, what did you think about the workshops?
These were the workshops brought a few members of the community from different ages and backgrounds, and they were discussing the most topics and issues within the, I take what that says, something like that. Aye, discussions. But the important thing, the community are able to get together and have opportunities to discuss the effects of their life and have to think they have done something. They are not alone. We're all in it together, but we can deal with the challenges ahead as strong communities and a sense of purpose to make a difference. We are keen to build our rich heritage and keep building and supporting the members, the community members, talking and defending their rights. We need to support, encourage the community membership and of all ages. And this is a good community. I've lived in it for about 80 years. And I'm telling you, it's a lovely place to stay. Thank you.
And now, Carol, I would like to ask you again what you thought about the courses. So, to say something.
Yeah, sorry, I'm at this one again. So we're talking about the real impact that it had on people. So we've got the real power. How is this related to health and inequalities in Methil and surrounding communities? Through attending these workshops, it was quite shocking to find the similarities or the equality and inequalities in many different people from the local communities of all ages. However, in saying that, we had a good look back at the history behind the communities to see how strong the community spirit was. And it could still be working together to achieve the same goals. These workshops have helped contribute people to be proud of the community they live in. They feel inspired for the future. Talking about the kids were there. It was quite a few young people, which was really, really good. So they got to have their voice. They're talking about the anxiety and their depression, the struggles through their schools. They expressed a few of their struggles with schools about being excluded, no included, how the schools were. And so they were able to express how they were feeling, which was really, really good. And it did make us, as I suppose, adults, parents, mums, even the grandparents that were sitting, they didn't realise that the kids felt that bogged down with how things are going. I suppose it was a bit different when I was at school. You were told, go to school and get on with it. But I suppose with all your social media, your social stuff, it's totally different for them now. They've had quite a struggle in the last couple of years, obviously, due to COVID and everything else. And the homeschooling, believe me, it was difficult. I had 3 boys. 3. and they were all on different levels. It wasn't easy. So it was good for them to actually be able to express how they were feeling. And that made a huge difference. And I did think in the room it made everybody sit up and think, yeah, well, you're only just teenagers. See, these teenagers, they're a nuisance. It's not. It was looking at the bigger picture. They're feeling the same effects that we're feeling. And people say, oh, but they're just kids, it doesn't bother them. It does. It did bother them, and we didn't realise how much that affects them. Because they're hearing it, they're seeing it, it's everywhere. They're talking about it at school, they hear it for us. So yeah, giving our young people the voice is quite a good key. And I think having the young people, they're the key towards community spirit. You get the young people involved. They've got their mums that want to help, their dads that want to help, their grandparents. Oh, is that what you're doing? They join in. So your kids are your key to the community spirit, because then you've got the kids and everybody else will just follow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, yes, Margaret and Carol and Sharon.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely brilliant to hear that, and but also not brilliant, because you're hearing the real impact on people and coming together to talk about what it's like for them and their community, and hearing how hard it is for people. But also amazing, Margaret's words about the community spirit and it being such a good community. And actually, you're right, it's when we come together, we'll get through this. It's not easy, but we'll come together, and it's such a joy to hear you say, you've been here 80-ish years, I like the ish bit there, 80-ish years, but you were saying this is our community and it's a good community, and that's what we want to see, and this is what we are part of in our communities. We can be together, work together, stand beside each other, and we can make a difference. So that's what today is about. So thank you so much. It's been wonderful to hear you, and we'll definitely want to chat with you later. Ethel, who's over from Dundee, did that course in Dundee. She was sitting nodding away like, I've done that course. So you guys need to chat, because she loved it. She still talks about it. So brilliant. I'm going to ask Ethel and Tony to come up just now. So Gillian, the minister of this church here, interviewed a couple of people who didn't feel confident enough to be here and share a bit of their experience. So she interviewed them and wrote up a wee transcript, but then Gillian couldn't make it. So I am transforming into Gillian, as you speak, a bit of a Doctor Who thing going on here. I'm going to transform into Gillian. Tony is going to transform into James, and Ethel is going to transform into Laura. And so we're just going to do a wee interview, and we're going to let you hear some of what James and Laura said. So I'm going to start with, maybe start, Tony, with you, with James, with you. I'm also going to, I think that's the thing with rattling. That's it. Okay. Of course. Right, James, thank you. Thanks for agreeing to share your story with me, and for it to be shared with this wider group of people who are attending the Fife Poverty Hearing. Now, we met 5 years ago when life was really tough for you. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened?
Well, I'm 25 now, but I was just 20 when we met, and I came to see you because I had no money, nowhere to stay, and was sofa surfing with all my mates and my friends and anybody that would have me. I had no idea how to get a place of my own, and I knew I had no chance of getting the stuff I needed either. People told me to go to church, but I thought you would turn me away. And I was amazed at how welcoming I was, and you gave me good advice, including how to manage money and how to get help. And asking for help was the difficult thing for me at that point. So we filled out council applications, and you spoke up for me. For some reason, you didn't judge me for having nothing, and I still don't know why. I was seen by the homeless team, and after a few weeks, I got a scatter flat. It was horrible, but you helped me clean it up, and I actually began to enjoy it. We worked on making sure I paid everything on time. I got benefits I was entitled to. Then I got an apprenticeship, and I love it. I've just qualified as a joiner and got my first job that is permanent. 2 years ago, I got my own place, a council property, and the church helped us by giving me furniture. I've got a bed, couch, coffee table, TV unit, and loads of other things. I was so chuffed, and the couch was really sick. I could never have afforded one of the ones that go backwards. I've now got a girlfriend, and we're doing up the flat, and we get stuff from the Hope Chest, but I'm pumped that I can pay for what I need now.
That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. James, what made the difference to you?
Well, when you've nowhere to stay, you feel crap because you've got nothing of your own. And I have everything that belongs to me in a suitcase and a bag, and you feel rubbish. And I got really down and wanted to do good, but I just couldn't see how to do that. And a little bit of advice and some kindness and the practical help that I got made all the difference.
How did you end up feeling the way you did?
Well, I fell out with my mum, and she told me to get out, and I didn't know where to get any help. My mates helped at the time quite a lot, and so did their mums, but they got fed up with me after a wee while, and I had no money all the time, nowhere to go, and even my mates were getting annoyed with me for not doing better. Well, I've got good mates now, and I'm proud of myself for doing better.
And do you know what, James? You should be proud. You've done really, really well. What advice would you give other people in your situation?
I would say that they need to listen to the advice that's always on offer. There are people out there willing to help. And just be honest, digging your head in the sand doesn't help.
Thanks, James. Now I'm going to hand over to Ethel, so if we can move the mic over to Ethel. Sorry, Laura.
Thank you.
Okay. Laura, we met 3 years ago. Thanks for sharing your story with me and with the Poverty Hearing today. Can you tell me what had happened just before we met?
Yeah, me and my partner have 2 lovely girls, Emma and Sophie, and they are 6 and 4. We'd been together for 5 years when we had Emma. We stayed with his mum for a while, and then we got our own place. We got a mortgage, and we were really chuffed to be doing so well. I worked too. I had 0-hour contract at the shop in the high street. We saved to go on our first holiday abroad.
So what happened then?
Well, my partner was a driver for a company and went to the wall. And because of that, he hadn't been very long. Only a few weeks. He got a few weeks' money. I thought I could get more hours, but it was quiet and only went to 4 hours a week. We applied for benefits, but it took about 6 weeks to come through. We had no savings, so I borrowed money from the family and friends. When money came through, I had to pay it back and didn't have enough money to make bills, so I borrowed again from a place I saw advertised for payday loans. Then Christmas came. I didn't want the girls to go without, so I borrowed again.
So sounds like things were getting really tough then.
They were really hard. I was paying out nearly double what was coming in. I kept borrowing. I didn't tell Mike what I was doing. He was so down because he wasn't getting work. So I kept borrowing, and in the end, I owed £10,000.
We met because you were worried about the debt.
I was at my wit's end. I was in over my head. I didn't know what to do. We met at a wedding, so I phoned you for help.
So we worked together on a repayment plan, got some additional financial help, and you've both now got better jobs. Things are improving slowly?
They are, but it is slow. I'm still owe over £6,000, and I'm so ashamed of what a mess I got us into. We had nothing in the cupboards, and the food banks helped us. We had no clothes for the kids, and they were growing, and the church helped us. I had no money for little extras. My pride was smashed to pieces. I couldn't even take the kids to McDonald's when it opened in Leven. We moved from a lovely wee house we had worked so hard for to a council flat, and this helped us a lot. Now we can cope with our expenses and we'll never take one of these loans ever again. It takes away your belief in yourself and interest just keeps rising. But I didn't qualify for another loan, so I had no choice. I've realised that we're all only the few weeks away from going to the food banks. Life was going good for us, but it turned on its head so quickly. I went from being bright and breezy and love life to feeling worthless, and both my partner and I have been on antidepressants. Having nothing in the bank and no money to put on my power card or food to feed my kids made me feel so ashamed of myself. I don't want to be like that ever again.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Ethel and Tony. Sorry, I'm not looking at the phone because I'm just checking the time. Right, okay. We've heard quite a lot already this morning and it's been really powerful. And I think it was really important to hear real experiences and what people are talking about and feeling as we come into this conversation today. So what we'd like you to do just now for the next 20 minutes, 25 minutes is at your tables again, have a wee chat. And the things we want you to think about, we want you to chat about is, firstly, why are you here today? Why are you here today? What brought you here today? What have you heard so far that endorses why you're here today and is new to you? So have a chat about why you're here today and then a chat about what you've heard so far and if that endorses why you're here, but also just have a chat about what you've heard. And if maybe share something of some of the things you've heard in your own communities too. So we're going to let you chat for about 20 minutes and we'll give you a shout when we're ready for the tea break. Thanks.
News is it's time for a break, and again the ladies have been so busy. As you look at the hatch, I believe coffee is this side on the right as you look at the hatch, and teas are on the left with Margaret, and there's some fantastic home baking. I would put out a plea for seemly queuing. I have seen the scones, so I'm going to make a dash for it right now. But look, let's do this until we'll aim to be back for 11:30, and Jackie is going to lead the faith and community exercise called "Same Storm, Many Boats." And here's the thing: everybody needs a pen, and I think Lauren's been going around and just checking that everyone's got something to write with for that. But 20 minutes. Coffee, tea, scones, just enjoy your break.
Start, so 2 minutes to grab a last pancake or a wee biscuit.
In control.
And we'll start in 2 minutes.
You recording it? Because I might have to listen. Pick up some of that. Because we're churning stuff.
Right, everybody, we're about to restart. Right, thank you very much. So we're about to do an interactive session. On your tables, you will see blank bits of paper. Hopefully everyone will now have a pen. Does anybody not have a pen? No, good, because I was going to attempt throwing one, which could have been quite painful for everybody. So you should have paper and a pen, and I will explain in a minute, but you will also see a bit of paper on your table with, these are boats. If you're not sure, they're not big smiles, they're boats. So this session is called, I keep getting it wrong. Same storm, different boats. Same storm, different boats, and you will understand why in a wee minute. So what we're going to do is Dundee Fighting for Fairness are going to introduce themselves, each of the members here, and then we'll explain what's happening, and then we'll launch into the interactive session. So over to Andrew Lorimer. I'm going to say surnames of Andrews because we've got two Andrews, you'll understand. Andrew Lorimer.
Who's brought one arm?
Who's got one arm? Could you sit closer?
So my name's Andrew, and I'm one of the founding members of Dundee Fighting for Fairness. Dundee Fighting for Fairness It's an independent group that came out of the 2017-2018 Dundee's Fairness Commission, where our voice for people who have lived experience of poverty in Dundee, and we hold Dundee City Council to account and make sure that the recommendations that we have asked for get put into action.
Hello, I'm Ethel. I've been with Dundee Fighting for Fairness for 4 years and one of the founding members as well. I was doing a course called Health in the Community, and when that finished I wanted to go and help people, and I joined the Fairness Commission to try and make a difference.
Hello, my name is Andrew also. I'm also a member of Dundee Fighting for Fairness. Now, I was originally part of the last Fairness Commission, which was the third one, and I'm also on the Dundee Fairness Leadership Panel. Now, I work in a really lovely community hub in Dundee called the Maxwell Centre, so we support individuals, children and young families through various activities such as cooking groups, growing their own food, gardening, and certainly other fun activities. Okay.
Hi, my name's Tony Gibson, and I'm the founding member and trustee at Dundee's Fighting for Fairness. I work for the Eagles Wings Trust in Dundee, and we work primarily with our city's homeless population. We're all members of Dundee Fairness Leadership Panel, and alongside the leader of our city's council, I'm a co-chair of that too. So if you'd like to talk about that, just tap me on the shoulder after.
So I'm just about to introduce what we're doing today. So during this session, we'll be exploring some scenarios that show some of the unequal impacts of the cost of living on people. These are all based on real life situations and will take us through from the period of March 2020 to now.
We're all in the same storm, but we're not all in the same boat.
We're all in the same storm, but we're not in the same boat.
We're all in the same storm, but we're not in the same boat.
We're all in the same storm, but we are not all in the same boat.
We're all in the same storm, but we are not all in the same boat.
Okay, so this is your turn. So we want you to take your piece of paper and your pen, and we want you to draw 4 boats. A bit like these ones. It doesn't need to be a fancy boat, but as simple as this. We need a large one, 2 medium ones, and a small one. So spread them out. You need them to have some space, but do it as simple as on this bit of paper that you've got on your table. So 4 boats, 1 large one, 2 medium ones, 1 small one. Okay, so now that you've drawn your boats, we'd like you to number them. So the large one, so each boat represents a person. So the large boat is number 1, person number 1. One of the medium boats is person number 2. The other medium boat is person number 3. And the small boat is person number 4. So each boat does represent a person, a life situation, based on true, real stories from friends in Dundee. And we're going to explain them just now. Once we have explained them, if you forget them, don't worry, that's why you've got that bit of paper on your table. So you may want to keep that in view for everybody to have a wee look at when we go through the rest of the exercise. Tony.
Person one is the big boat. They own their own home, a garden and a car. There's 2 adults with full-time incomes coming into the home, savings in the bank, 2 children in school. 1 adult has struggles with their mental health and they're also caring for elderly relatives.
Person 2 is in the medium boat. 1 adult living alone in a flat, studying part-time and working part-time in the hospitality industry. You rely on your part-time job and your college bursary to help you manage. You save really hard and have managed to put aside £300 just in case anything breaks down. You have good family connections and support in the city.
So person 3 is the other medium boat. 1 adult living alone in a flat, living on the legacy benefit, job seekers allowance. You haven't been moved over to universal credit. This is £70 per week. You have a hidden disability that is made worse by cold weather. You volunteer at 4 different community projects because you care about your community. You have no savings.
Person 4, the little boat. A single mum with 1 son, school age, living in a flat. You do not work because you have respiratory breathing condition and need a warm home for her condition. You have just been moved to universal credit benefit and be told it won't start until 5 weeks after the other benefits stopped. Your only income for those 5 weeks will be child benefit, £21.05 a week. You have no savings.
So what we want you to do, we are going to describe some different situations that people have faced in the last couple of years. And as we do that, we want you to be thinking about where do people draw their resilience from? Where are their social resources as well as their physical resources? We want you to be thinking about that in the background. So we'll share some situations that have arisen. And as we do that, we will ask you to add a box to different people's boats. So I want you to keep the boxes the same size and sit it on top of the boat as if it's, if you imagine the cargo ships, you're putting them on top. Try and keep them the same size, maybe about thumbnail size, so that the boxes are the same size, even though the boats are a different size. And at the end, we'll be asking you to go into roundtable discussions to chat about some of what you've heard today. So I'm going to give you an example of a situation. So, fear of not being able to provide for your dependents. Well, person number 1 doesn't have fear of that because they've got a good income, they've got savings, they have plenty of resources. But number 4 definitely has fear of that because they have a child, they're on a very low income and already face terrible bills. You might want to use your judgment for person 2 and 3. So we're going to start the session now and we're going to give you instructions as we go along. So I'm going to pass over to Tony.
Okay, you're floating along in your boat and then the storm hits. So I want you to think about how you would experience these things. Thinking about each of the people, add a box. As Jackie's just said, to each that you think the situations are relevant to. Number 1, fear of the future. Add a box to each person's boat that you think might be frightened of the near future. Number 2, fear of catching COVID. It's not gone away yet. So add a box to each person's boat that you think might be worried about catching COVID. Number 3, reduced finances is increasing your worry about being isolated You can't afford to meet your social groups anymore. Transport costs, worrying about the costs of travel to visit friends and family and going to cheaper supermarkets. Fear of rising inflation. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. I'm getting way ahead of myself here. Reduce finances, increasing your worry about being isolated and you can't afford to meet your social groups anymore. Please add a box to every vote that you think is relevant to. And number 4, transport costs. You're worried about the cost of travel to visit friends, family, and going to the cheaper supermarkets. Add a box to everyone that you think is relevant. And finally, fear of rising inflation. You can only access the local shop for food. Add a box to everyone that you think might be relevant to.
So it's the first lockdown. For a few months, everyone is at home all the time. Everyone add 2 boxes to each sport. But add an extra box to person 1 and person 4 for each child. This is for the added costs for food and electricity and gas.
Situation 2. It is 2020 and everyone on Universal Credit gets a £20 uplift every week. A total of £80 extra per month in their pocket. Hooray! Person 4 has to wait 5 weeks for her first Universal Credit payment. Add 5 boxes to the small boat, 1 for every week they are without income, and they need to borrow money to pay the basics. Person 3 is on a legacy benefit and gets a £1.49 uplift. Add a box to person 3's boat because his income stays the same, even though the costs increase.
Okay, situation 3. It's still 2020. The single parent who had to take loans to fill in the gap of her universal credit benefits, person 4, now has to pay the loans back, which has reduced her universal credit income by half. So add 2 more boxes to her boat, which is person 4.
Person 3 is on job seekers allowance and has got the lowest income. They can't afford to heat their home very much, but their disability means they need heat and struggle to pay for both that and the food, and often go without one or the other. Add 2 boxes to person 3's boat.
Jumping ahead to autumn 2021.
Situation 4. Universal credit uplift has been removed. £80 per month removed from their monthly income. Oh. Person 4, add 4 boxes to your boat.
So trumping ahead again. So now it's early 2022. Costs are starting to rise. The cost of food is going up, but the income isn't matching this rise. Then we're told that from April the 1st, the cost of our fuel will go up by 54%. Activities are more expensive, so less people are eating out. The restaurant you work at is a bit more quieter. Your boss cuts your hours. Add 4 boxes to person 2's boat.
Situation 6. You can only access your local shop for food. Although inflation nationally is between 10 to 11%, your local shop's prices have gone up by 30 to 40%. Only person 1 isn't impacted by this because they have a car and can drive to cheaper supermarkets and bulk buy. Add 3 boxes to persons 2, 3 and 4.
Situation 7. Everybody's bills go up in April. However, it's a warm, lovely summer, so you don't have to put your heating on so much. But even without heating, your bills are more expensive than last year. What does this impact the most? On who does this impact the most? Well, this impacts on everybody, but if you look at the percentage of your income being spent on fuel, this impacts on person 4 and 3 the most. So for person 1, add 2 boxes to their boat. For person 2, add 3 boxes to their boat. Person 3, add 4 boxes on their boat. And for person 4, add 4 boxes to theirs.
Situation 8. Summer is over and it's beginning to get a bit colder. Your child has grown a lot over the summer and you have to buy a coat, shoes and clothes for him. Your electricity is about to run out and your phone is about to run out of charge. Your only communication is your mobile phone and you have no access to transport and you have a child. For person 4, add 10 boxes to their boat. This feels impossible to you.
Situation 9. Each person has been invited by a friend to go on an activity and then have a night out after. Each person needs to consider the cost of transport to and from, the cost of food and drink when there, and the cost of the activity. Person 1 and 2 decide to go, but the buses are cancelled and they need to get a taxi home. Person 1, add 1 box to their boat. Person 2 add 3 boxes to their boat. Persons 3 and 4 can't afford to go. How many boxes do you think should be added to their boat? It isn't just about the money.
Situation number 10. Your washing machine breaks down. Person one can buy another one from savings. No boxes on their boat. Person 2 uses some of their savings to buy another one. Add 2 boxes to their boat. Persons 3 and 4 can't afford to buy another machine and have to wash their clothes by hand. How many boxes do you think should be added to their boats?
So these scenarios are real scenarios from people living in the city of Dundee. But these scenarios could be from anywhere in Fife too. From Crail to Kincardine, from Newborough to Mithill, from my home to your home.
As we go into the winter of 2022, your boat is already carrying more boxes than it should when the perfect storm arrives. We're now entering deeper into the storm with the rising cost of living crisis. Even with the new price cap, fuel bills could be doubled what they were just from last year. Cost of heating your home costs more than your rent and mortgage. And the cost of buying food is rising exponentially. Businesses are closing. And the fear of unemployment is returning for many.
All of this impacts on the mental health of men, women and children across the country. Our financial goings are outweighing our more than our income. Where is your lifeboat?
Where is your lifeboat? Take a wee look at your boats. It's quite uncomfortable viewing, isn't it? You can really see the unfair impact this is having on some people. I wonder if you'd mind holding up your pages to the front so we can get a good view. Wow. Okay. Would you mind if I take a photo? If you don't want your face in it, just put it over your face. It's quite a view, honestly, it's quite something else. Thank you. Thank you very much. We want you to take a moment now to think about the people these boats represent. People that we know and people that we don't know. What does this make you think? What does this make you feel?
So for some people, if you're too busy scooping out the water of your boat, you're just too exhausted to even think about those boxes. Everybody's fighting for survival, and some people have to fight harder than others. Some are drowning and just trying to get a breath. Sometimes you'll come across people who just can't engage because they're just dealing with too much. And they're trapped in trauma and crisis that they're too busy surviving to engage with you and what you've got to offer them. So when we did this session this time last year, one of the participants, a guy called Chris from Glasgow, he said, don't waste the crisis. Overall, those with personal experience of living on a low income wanted to see decisive action, not just warm words, and to ensure that poverty reduction remained a central priority right across Scotland. Excuse me. They were clear that we must meet the moment in Scotland.
We're all in the same storm, but we're not all in the same boat.
We are all in the same storm, but we are not all in the same boat.
We're all in the same storm, but not all in the same boat.
We're all in the same storm, but we're not in the same boat.
We're all in the same storm, but we're not all in the same boat.
I'd like you to show your thanks to Okay, not easy listening. This morning has not been easy listening, but we need to really, really hear what this is like for people. No beating about the bush, no making it all fluffy and nice. This is a reality of people's life, day in and day out, and it is grueling and it is grinding, and it feels so unfair and so wrong. But we have a chance to work together and to really try and connect with people and make a difference. If we listen with our hearts and the hearts of the God that we love and care for, and who cares for us and every person in our country, in our cities, in our communities, in our regions, it doesn't matter who they are. Everybody deserves compassion, kindness, and dignity. You being here today is a sign that you want this to be different and you want to do something. You have a chance to take something back to your congregations and have a serious conversation. Is there one more thing we can do? One small thing? Is there one more thing I can do? These small things make a difference. What we want you to do just now is to have some roundtable discussions, because this is not just about these hard things, it's also about what can we do. It's about solutions, it's about drawing the community that we have together and saying, what have we got and how can we help? How can we be there? So we've got some questions which I think are on the tables. There should be a little sheet with questions. So what we'd like you to do is have a little conversation around the table. And I'm wondering if on each table, if one person would be willing to take one of the blank bits of paper and a pen and maybe just bullet point any key points that come out from that conversation. It would be great for us to capture that for later on. So our questions are, what have you heard which resonates with your local experience of poverty and inequality? What have you heard which is new to you? What is your church, your organisation's understanding and engagement with poverty? So just sharing a bit about your experiences from your own situation. We're going to do that and let you know when it's time for lunch. Thank you very much.
It's at the top, Jane. At the top. That's it.
Hello, everyone, again. Thank you so much. There's been a wonderful atmosphere, I think, in the room, and such a lovely hubbub, as my mother would have said, a lovely hubbub. So thank you so much for all your thinking. I know that tables are, you all look very busy. Your tables are covered with bits of paper. We're going to come round and collect the pieces of paper that you've been writing on, because these will be real kind of nuggets of information, even if it's just phrases or words. Obviously, the recording will pick up the general gist of the day, but the real nuggets, I think, will be coming from you around the tables. So we'll be collecting these in. And again in the afternoon, when we have table discussion after the speakers, we'll do the same thing. So please don't be shy of making sure somebody is writing things down as you're talking. So it's lunchtime, and we have an hour for lunch, which is great. We will start 1:30 straight after, very promptly, because I know it's bonfire night, and several people have said we're guysing tonight, or we're guy forking tonight, or whatever. So, and after all, it is Saturday, and you do have lives back home. So we really want to finish at 3:30. So very prompt start at 1:30. But enjoy your lunch. Again, big thanks to the ladies. I've had an email from Gillian, who is so sorry that she can't be here today, and sends her very best wishes and love to everyone. She probably knows just about everyone here. She's thinking of us. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 1:30. Thanks.
Good afternoon.
Try now.
Good afternoon. Wasn't it a lovely lunch? Although I got into a bit of a debate after the sandwiches, as I said, I was going up for my sweet. And somebody says, no, a sweet. It's a... There we go. So, now that we've settled that debate, let's see what else we can settle this afternoon. I'm very pleased this afternoon that we have two special guests with us, the Right Honourable Gordon Brown and the Reverend Dr. Martin Fair. Martin, where are you? I've lost you. You're right there. Both who are going to be speaking to us this afternoon. I'm always incredibly pleased to be able to welcome Pauline Pauline Buchan, who runs the Big House Project. And if you have been there at all, I had the pleasure of visiting it earlier this year, and it's remarkable. I'm looking forward to Pauline being able to share with you a little bit about the really vital work that they are doing there now and how we might be able to connect with that going forward. So very welcome to Martin, Gordon and Pauline. So earlier today we heard about Jesus speaking in Matthew's Gospel, reminding us that the poor you shall always have with you. It came from an Old Testament document written some 700 years before Jesus' birth. And it said, I'll remind you what it said that we heard this morning. Since there will never cease to be some in need on the earth, I therefore command you, open your hand to the poor and needy neighbour in your land. This is not a command to cease helping because the poor are always with us, but to continue to help and to do so with generosity, as Jane reminded us this morning. In a few minutes' time, we're going to hear from former Prime Minister Gordon Brown, who has a track record for tackling poverty and debt, not least in his time as Chancellor of the Exchequer. In the booklet I hope you all have reached to from the Cottage Family Centre, there is a graph on a table on page 6, which shows an area breakdown of relative child poverty rates across Fife. This makes for very scary reading. A few years ago, I did some research into poverty in Scotland, and one of the most impactful measures in poverty in the UK over the last, I think I'm right in saying 50 years, was the child tax credit, which Gordon Brown introduced back in the early 2000s. Gordon has worked with many nations over many years towards the cancellation of debt owed by some of the world's poorest countries, which echoes some biblical callings of the year of Jubilee, which called for a reset from debt in lands and to try and remove people from the trap of slavery and poverty. Gordon, as a former Prime Minister, is one of the UK's longest-serving Chancellors. He was brought up in Kirkcaldy. I think he's a well-kent face, as they say. He's also a son of the manse, something that Gordon and I have in common. He studied at Kirkcaldy High School before going on to Edinburgh University. It says age 16, is that correct? That's age 16, where he became rector in 1972. He served as Chancellor of the Exchequer from 1997 to 2007 and served as Prime Minister from 2007 to 2010. He's with us today not only because he's local, but because his work tackling inequality and poverty is as strong today as it has been throughout his life. And he continues to be involved in a number of projects locally, including the Kirkcaldy Food Bank and indeed the Cottage Family Centre. And shortly he's going to tell us a little bit about it. But I also want to introduce to you Pauline Buchan, who many of you will know well from her management of the Big House project in Lochgelly. Already thousands of families across Fife have received referral packages from this project, and more than 500 organisations are affiliated with the work. It's great to have you both with us. And I'd now like to invite you to come and share with us this afternoon.
Can I say, first of all, what a real pleasure it is to be with you this afternoon and to be in this warm church hall. I know you've had a great lunch. The last time I delivered a speech after people had been talking to each other, having lunch, enjoying themselves, the chairman turned to me. He said, "Do you want to speak now, or shall we let people enjoy themselves a little longer?" And that's maybe how you feel about listening to a speech immediately after having such a good lunch. I want to start by thanking all the churches and faith groups here today. I want to thank you for the work you do, for the service you give, for the dedication and commitment you show, and for the real difference you make. And I see it myself in all the communities around Fife and beyond. And I want to thank you for organising this major event today to draw attention to the challenges we face in the next few months, to hear the voices as you have of people who are in need and who know what it's like to face poverty and to face all the despair and desolation that goes with it, and to discuss what we can actually do about it. I think all the great social movements in history have been built on ethical foundations, and it's churches and faith groups that led the way to get rid of slavery in the 19th century, to drop the debt in the 21st century, for Make Poverty History, which was a huge part of our work in the beginning of the 21st century, and now trying to help people in what is going to be the most difficult winter that lies ahead for so many people. And I want to talk to you today with Pauline about some of the things that we're trying to do in Fife to accompany and complement all the great work that you're doing, to see if it can make a difference and to see what role everybody can play in trying to get us through this winter. And I just want to start by giving you some facts about what we are trying to do through the project that is led by Pauline Buchan. And I may say, once you hear her speak, you will know she is a huge force of nature, making a difference in every community in which she's working. She runs 2 cottage family centres in Kirkcaldy, one in Temple Hall and one in Dysart, Sinclairtown, in that area. And she's taken over the management of this project, which covers the whole of Fife. The Cottage is an organisation that I've been working with for many years, and I know the great work it does, and I'll say something more about that when I explain the project that we're doing. But I know you will enjoy listening to Pauline, and I know you will appreciate the great work that she and her staff and many other volunteers do, not just all the year round this year, but have been doing for so many different years. And I want to tell you that the project that we're talking about in Fife, which is based around the warehouse in Lochgelly, has now helped 48,000 families over the course of the last few months. We've distributed 322,000 goods to different parts of Fife. And we're now working with 560 different organisations. And that includes the schools, social work teams, health centres, all the food banks, and all the different charities that are drawing on us. And we want to be able to help more people over the next few months. And so the theme of my remarks is things as they are and things as they could be. And if you remember hearing about the great physicist, the great scientist Einstein, he used to write books at the end of his career as a physicist and scientist about the state of the world. And one of his books was called The World as It Is and the World as It Should Be. And I think that's what we're talking about today. Einstein, by the way, wrote his book, and then he came to Britain and did a tour of Britain. And he went around every single part of Britain to publicise this book. This was the early 1950s, when there was no television and anything else. And he would go from place to place. He would hire a chauffeur, and the chauffeur would drive him from place to place, and he'd do 4 or 5 meetings a night. And he'd give a speech about the world as it is and the world as it should be. And it was a 15-minute speech he gave. He gave exactly the same speech wherever he went. And so his driver one night said, "Mr. Einstein, you're an old man. You're looking very tired. I've been listening to you for the last few weeks. I know exactly what you're going to say. I know it off by heart. why don't you take a rest and sit in the audience where I normally sit, and I'll give the speech. And Einstein was so tired that night that he agreed to this proposition that the driver would give the speech, and Einstein, would sit where the driver used to normally sit in the audience. And so the driver came up and gave the speech brilliantly, 15 minutes off by heart. He knew it very well. Got this great applause as he sat down and was about to leave the stage. Suddenly the chairman said, "Are there any questions?" So here's the driver on the stage, Einstein in the audience. First question, Mr. Einstein, what is the relationship between the theory of relativity and quantum mechanics? And the driver's standing there, actually stumped, doesn't know what to say. And then suddenly he hits on an idea. He said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this question is so simple, I'm going to ask my driver to come up in the audience and answer the question." Now, the world as it is and the world it should be. Look, we are seeing poverty I didn't think I would ever see again in my lifetime. I grew up in Kirkcaldy in the 1950s and early 60s, and the linoleum industry was falling, mining was contracting, there was still a lot of slum housing. Sometimes there were floods in Kirkcaldy, as you know, from the storms at sea, because the coastal defences were not strong enough. People were flooded, and I did see a lot of poverty as we were growing up, kids who were in the same class at school as me. And I thought we'd got rid of that. I thought we would not come back to that. But what we're now seeing, we are seeing children going to school ill-clad and hungry. We are seeing pensioners and elderly people having to choose between heating and eating, whether they feed their meter or feed themselves. We're seeing mothers, and Pauline will say more about this because we talk about this a lot, ashamed that they cannot give their children the things they want to give them because they just simply don't have the money to do that, and know that these will leave scars when children can't participate in what the other children in the class can do, and sometimes are kept off school because they don't have the kit, they don't have the things that they need to go to school. And as you see in the figures, just look at these figures in that document here. You see, in Fife, 1 in 4 children are already in poverty. So that's 25%. And that's what's been happening over these last few years. But if you look at the different areas of Fife, it goes up to 35%, then 40%, then some areas 50%. Then we get to where Pauline works in Sinclairtown, it's 70%. And then you get up to Linkstown and Kirkcaldy, and it's 80%. And somewhere here next door in Leven, it's 100%. So you've got areas of our communities, areas across Fife, where more than half the children, then 3/4 of the children, then almost all the children are in poverty and don't have the means by which to live. And we define poverty as where the average income of the household is less than 60% of what the national standard is. And we're now seeing things getting worse. And let's be honest about what's actually happening. You see, you'll be told that every family this year, because of the rise in heating bills, is receiving £150 as a council tax rebate. And they're receiving £400 off their heating bills. And they're receiving, if they're on universal credit, and 6-7 million people in the country on universal credit families, they're getting an extra £650. And you're told then that that is £1,200 that families are getting. But the problem is that last October, £1,000 a year was taken away when universal credit was cut by £20 a week. Then in April, the benefits rose by only 3% when inflation was 10%. So people on average a year are about £1,200 worse off. So they got 1,200, 1,000's taken away, another 1,200 is taken away, and then the fuel bills rose again this October, on October the 1st, by an average of £500 a year. So it makes most of the families on benefit at least £25 to £30 a week worse off than they were last October. And that's the facts, I'm afraid. And then we look at what's going to happen in the next few months. There's a debate at the moment about what's going to happen to benefits. And a week on Monday, the Chancellor will make a statement, and he will have to tell us whether benefits will rise in line with inflation, which is 10%, or with earnings, which is 5%. But even if the benefit rises by 10% next April, families will still have lost that £400 from the heating bills, because it's not continued next year, the 150 off the council tax, because we don't know if that's going to be continued either, and of course that 650 is not going to reappear. So it's likely that even if there's a 10% rise in benefits, I'm afraid, because of the sheer increases in the heating bills and in food bills, that people are going to be worse off next year than this year. And that's what's creating all the problems that we're having at the moment. Most of the people that we're helping, most of the people in poverty are people in work, not out of work. Most of the people are on low pay and unable to make ends meet, or they can only have a part-time job because of childcare and other responsibilities, and they just don't have enough income coming in. And what we're now finding, as you must be finding, is that people are making a choice now. They're saying, I cannot afford to heat my home. I'm just going to have to heat myself and my children. So the demand that we have is for bedding, is for duvets, is for blankets, it's for sleeping bags, it's for hot water bottles even, because people have said that they're not able to heat their homes and put up the heating. They've simply got to heat themselves. And that's why churches like this church and other churches are participating in what's called the Warm Welcome Programme, which is to open up libraries, church halls, synagogues, mosques. And I think there's 2,500 around the whole of the United Kingdom that have announced that they will be open to heat people if they can't afford to stay at home and heat themselves. And now we're finding something else, and this is what I just want to emphasize, that charities are under pressure as well. So the last line of defense is a food bank or a charity that's able to help. But now we're finding that charities are themselves under pressure. And they've got exactly the same pressure on them that families have on them, that they don't have enough money either. And so what we're finding too is that charities are going to have to make big decisions themselves. They may have to stop feeding the hungry so that they can concentrate on the starving. They may have to stop helping the down at heel so they can concentrate on the destitute. May have to stop the people who are badly housed because they're going to have to just deal with the resources they have only to help the people who are actually homeless. And these are the pressures that we're now having to deal with, I think, in every area of the United Kingdom. And that's why I think we need to think of what next we can all do by working together to try to solve some of these problems. Now, none of us can be at ease when so many people are ill at ease. I don't think there's anybody in Fife that can be comfortable when so many people are living without comfort. I don't think anybody can be content when there is so much discontent. And I think you judge a society, we are richer when we care for the poor. We're stronger when we care for the weak. We're more powerful when we care for those people without power. We're more hopeful when we care for those people that don't have hope. And this, I think, is what we must think about what we can do. So I've gone around the country in the last few months to look at what's happening in different parts of the country and what we can learn. There are 3,000 food banks now. There was hardly any a few years ago. There's now 3,000. Kirkcaldy itself has 4 different branches of its food bank. Such has been the demand, and they are appealing for money themselves, as people will know in Kirkcaldy, because they've run out of money as a voluntary organisation that is staffed entirely by volunteers and not by the Trussell Trust, which does so much good work in other areas. So there are 3,000 food banks, but there are now in different parts of the United Kingdom, there are bedding banks. So a lady in Leeds saw that children in her class were tired and sleeping and not able to contribute to the lessons, not just not being fed, but they hadn't been getting sleep, and she found that they didn't even have beds. So she started a project, and Leeds has got this great beds bank where she actually is leading this as the head teacher of a school. We've now also got clothing banks. Dunfermline, as you know, has a clothing bank for children. So people are collecting clothes and they're giving clothes to children. There are now fuel banks, which is helping people in emergency by giving them money that can feed their meter. And the Welsh Government in particular is supporting fuel banks around the country. There are baby banks, and that's where babies are born and families don't have enough for babies such as 5. So all over the country, there is a massive amount of innovation, whether it's warm welcome and warm hotspots, or whether it's all these different banks. And what we thought we could do in Fife is create what you might call a bank of banks, a multi-bank, that would be a food bank, a bedding bank, a clothes bank, a furnishings bank, it would be a baby bank, it would be a toiletries bank, it would be a hygiene bank, all these different things in one. And Pauline and I have been working on this for some time. And I went to Amazon, the managing director in the UK, and said, look, you've got all these goods, some of which we think are being destroyed, even although they're good enough to be used, some of which you may be giving to other people. But you have got a local responsibility here in Fife. You've got a warehouse in Fife that's employing a lot of people. You make a lot of your profits out of Fife. So why don't you give us some of the surplus goods that you have? And so we persuaded Amazon that the best thing that they could do was choose a number of local charities initially and let us, and particularly the cottage, get on with the business of coordinating this process. And then we signed up many other companies. So we've got the Co-op, we've got Scotmid, we've now got Morrison's. I'm talking to Tesco next week. We've talked to Unilever, all the big and local companies, the paint shed in Kirkcaldy, a number of engineering and other companies in Kirkcaldy. We've got Fisher's Laundry that's based in Cooper that people will know. And we've got a number of other companies around the country that are willing to help us, both local companies and national companies. So they're all contributing what you might call their excess supplies. And so their idea is very simple. They have goods that people need, and we and the charities know the people who need them. And if we can link the two together, we can meet unmet needs by using these unused supplies. And that's how we've got to this situation where we hope by January we'll have given out 500,000 goods. And we average each good is worth about £20. Some of them are like nappies and toiletries. Some of them are household furnishings and electrical goods and so on and so forth. So if we give out 500,000 goods in a year, that's roughly £10 million worth of goods that's coming into Fife as a result of Amazon and other companies releasing them. And of course, it's very interesting to see what's happening because we went to Fisher's Laundry. And Fisher's Laundry, I don't know if you know how hotels work in the country now, but I didn't know this when I went to see them. And Angus Hogg, who's here, who used to be chairman of Carnegie and is now very much helping us as a member of the Cottager board, we went to see Fisher's in Cooper. And they explained to us that if you're a hotel, you don't own your laundry, you don't own the duvets, you don't own the sheets, you don't own the towels, you rent them, and you rent them from a laundry. But you know, after 80 uses, the hotel says, we don't want these anymore. Now, if you're an ordinary family and you've got towels or sheets, it's hundreds of uses you use. So after 80 uses, Fisher's are saying to us, they can give us their goods and they will have them perfectly laundered and ready to give out to people. And so instead of these sheets and blankets and duvets being destroyed, they're now going to be put to use. And we've had many deliveries from Fisher's, and that's just a good idea that is obvious that should be worked upon. And then beds. There's huge demand for beds. I mean, we know, don't we, Pauline, of families where we have kids that are sleeping under one sheet on the floor, or kids, 3 or 4 kids in a family sharing a settee, and each night in the week only one of them can sleep on that settee, and they need beds. So hotels have beds as well. And after a certain number of uses, Fife Hotels and other hotels, and we've got beds coming from a lot of hotels in Scotland, we just throw them out. And so these beds can be put to use because they're not old and unusable. They've actually only been used a certain number of times, and a hotel wants to turn them over, and so we can get them. And then houses are homes, and we know when people are poor that they cannot afford the upkeep. So if something breaks down, they can't afford to get in an electrician, or they can't afford to get a plumber in. They can't afford to decorate their houses. They can't afford sometimes to carpet the houses. So we've started, and Pauline is behind this project, Houses are Homes. And so instead of just giving people goods, Pauline's brought together a group of volunteer painters and decorators and joiners who are offering to help to train people and give them the advice about how they can do it yourself in the end, but getting expert advice without it being charged for to do so. So people are now able to renovate their homes with help from the volunteers, but also from the furnishings that can come from the warehouse. And there's now, as many of you are involved in other ways, a gardens project as well, where to help people grow their own food. Some of the empty spaces in Fife are going to be used so that people can actually grow food for themselves, again with the gardening equipment supplied, because we can get hold of it from the different organisations. So you can see that there is a huge opportunity here. It's also anti-pollution, because if all these goods are just being thrown away and destroyed, it's just adding to pollution. If we can put these goods to use, then we're not only attacking poverty, we're attacking pollution and making for a better environment, as well as a better quality of life for people. And so what Pauline and I and others are trying to do at the moment is extend this to the rest of the country. So soon we'll be helping people in Edinburgh and Dundee, we hope, and round central Scotland. And soon also we are hoping to start a project in Manchester, and then one in Wales, and then maybe move to London. And this is not just a 10 million a year injection into the Fife economy. If we get this right, it could be a 200 million a year injection into all the different parts of Britain where the need is greatest. So the key to this is really three things. One is you have a coordinating charity, which is as brilliant as the Cottage Family Centre, that can command credibility with all the other charities and all the other groups, because people know what happens in the cottage on the ground and have been working with families and know exactly what they need. And the cottage, as you may know, runs a Christmas family appeal and has done so for many, many years. And when it started, I think there was 100 families being helped. Now it's nearly 2,000 children this year that are going to be helped. And that is the basis on which you know the families, you know what they need. You've got then the second thing that's vital, it's a referral system. So you've got a system where you know the goods are going to people who need them. They're not going to appear on eBay or Gumtree for sale the next day. You know that they're going to be put to good use. And the third thing you need is a warehousing system, because the companies have these goods and need to get them out. If you're not going to take them, then they're going to go somewhere else or be destroyed. So we need to have warehousing. So Purvis, the company in Lochgellion, we're really grateful to them, offered a warehouse which takes about 40 to 50,000 goods, free of charge. And for the last year, they've gifted that to us. And we hope that if we're nice to them, they'll gift it to us for the next year as well. But that's what you need. You need a coordinating charity. You need a referral system, and then you need a warehouse system. And this, I think, is something that could be done nationwide, but it's something that we can all be part of. Pauline will tell you in more detail when you have questions. There's 150 schools that can draw on this facility. There's all the social work teams from all the different areas. Every health centre has been invited to join, so if they know people who are in need. All the food banks, churches can join this too, all the charities. So that adds up to the 500 or so organisations. That's simply organisations from Fife that are able to use that. Now, what's the lessons we learn about this? I think the first thing I've got to be honest and say is that we've got to increase the resources available to poor families in this country. They cannot survive on the money that's available, nor can people in the lowest paid jobs. And when you're in a crisis, you've got to help those people who are in the greatest need. Now, I don't want to draw politics into this, and I'm not going to. My father, as you were told, was a minister. And he always told me that in every congregation, there was always people of different political colours and different views. So he had to be careful what he said. And he told me that a colleague of his, who's a friend of his, he wanted to indicate which political persuasion he supported, but he had to do it very gently. So if his party won, on the Sunday after the election, they would announce the hymn, "Now thank we all our God." But if it lost, they would announce the hymn, "Dear Lord and Father of mankind, forgive our foolish ways." And if the third party won, "Oh, God works in mysterious ways." And I remember when I went into Downing Street, someone told me about a previous Prime Minister, Stanley Baldwin, who none of you will, because he's in the 1920s and 30s. But he had a habit of writing his own speeches, and he wrote them out in his longhand. And at certain points in his speech, he would say, "Refer to AG, refer to AG." And so they passed it to the secretary to type up. And she referred it to the Attorney General, AG, for his comments. And the comments would always come back from the Attorney General and say, "No comment. There's nothing legal in this. There's no point about the law that needs to be dealt with." Until the secretaries finally realised that when Baldwin put on his speeches, he was going along and said, refer to AG, refer to AG. It was always refer to Almighty God. And he was trying to bring God into politics in a way that we mustn't try to do in a way that's unfair to people of different political persuasions. But I think all of us, it's common sense to me, that if we are going to see more deprivation, more homelessness, more family breakup, more mental illness, more depression as a result of people not being able to fend for themselves, we've got to do more to help people. And I think you would agree that that's essential. The second thing I think we've got to do is to help charities do the work that they can do. Now, loads of charities are finding it really difficult. Food banks in some places, one's gone bankrupt. They've run out of food because they simply can't get enough now. And there are people who have little, who are giving to people who have nothing, who now have nothing more that they can give. And we've got to understand that. And there's one charity in Kirkcaldy made itself bankrupt, basically, by giving out all its money because it saw the great need around it, but that's what they felt they had to do to help people who are in the greatest need. And I know in Kirkcaldy also, one of the churches has been incredibly generous to the food banks, but people are stretched to the limit. I don't know whether we can persuade the government to increase gift aid so that instead of 25% of money that is given, it would be 30%, and that would be about another 300 million that would be available to churches and charities. But there are certain things that we need to do. And the third thing I think we've got to think is how we can all come together in this crisis. We're getting business involved, really, for the in a way that business hasn't been involved before. So we're putting pressure on all these companies and saying you've got to be socially responsible. And anyway, if you destroy these goods, we'll show you up for polluting the environment. So give us these goods if you can. There's a story told about Henry Ford, the famous car maker. When he came to Britain and he went to Dagenham to start his first car plant in Britain, he'd come from America, been very successful there, and now he was going to start his car plant in Britain. And he had no reputation for being generous at all. He was a businessman who was regarded as miserly, only out for himself. But the mayor of Dagenham, as he was about to open the car plant, thought this would be an occasion where Ford could be put under pressure to give some donation to charity. So he wrote to him and said, would you give us $20,000 to start an old people's home that we need desperately in Dagenham? No reply from Henry Ford. And then he wrote another letter and said, well, okay, would you give us $10,000 to start an old people's home because we need accommodation for old people in Dagenham? No reply. And then the day of the opening was about to arrive and Henry Ford was coming into the country. And so the mayor at the opening simply announced that Henry Ford was giving $20,000 without him ever agreeing to it. And Henry Ford was really stunned by this. And of course, he wasn't a particularly generous man. And it said that he said, okay, I will give the money, but you've got to put a plaque outside the old people's home. And I want a text from St. John's Gospel in it said, and the text is, I was a stranger and you took me in. But business has changed. Business has changed over these last few years, and we can make them more socially responsible and get people to do more. And I'm very much impressed, and Pauline will say more about this, I think, about the numbers that come. Briggs Marine, for example, has been supporting the cottage from Fife for many, many years, as have many other firms. And I think we're all in this together. And what I've seen over the last few months is Fife coming together. The Chambers of Commerce are involved. Thanks to Angus, the Rotaries has become involved. And we've got all the different sections of Fife society working together. And I think this could be something that could stand us in good stead for the winter months ahead. And the most important thing, I think, and here I want to finish, is that we've got to give people hope. Because what is happening is that people are losing hope. People feel that things may not get better. They're despairing about the chances for their children. They don't know how they're going to get through the next few months. And simply by us showing that we care and that someone is caring for them, we can give people hope for the future. I was very lucky that when I was Prime Minister and before that, one of the persons that I met and worked with was Nelson Mandela. And as you know, he'd come out of prison and become President of South Africa. And he had achieved this goal of South Africa being free of apartheid. And as he said, he had climbed one mountain and achieved a great success in making South Africa free. And then he said, I want to climb a second mountain. And the second mountain, he said, was to help every child free of poverty, give them an education, free of ill health. So he started these appeals that we were involved in to build children's hospitals and to build schools in Africa, not just in South Africa, but in Mozambique and elsewhere. And he came to London in 2008 to celebrate his 90th birthday. And instead of having a party for himself, he wanted an event to raise money for these charities. And I just become Prime Minister by then, and I was hosting the event, and he was there, Bill Clinton was there, you had lots of other people there from America, you had all the Hollywood actors and everything else, Will Smith, and I remember Emma Thompson was there, I remember Forrest Whitaker, and they were all there. And so Mandela put up a letter he'd written that he'd got into a frame, and it was in his own handwriting, letter to a child. And he decided he would auction that letter for charity to raise money to build a hospital and a school in his native South Africa. And so the auction sort of got completely out of control because it was all this American money and they all were quite rich. And so the figures were going up 300,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000. And eventually there was only two people left in the auction. And that was Elton John versus Oprah Winfrey. And they were sitting at the same table, just like the table there. I was there, Mandela was there, and they were sitting around the table, and they were bidding against each other for this. And it goes up to 800,000 Elton, 900,000 Oprah, $1 million Elton. He was prepared to pay $1 million. Oprah goes to 1.1 million, and he pulls out. And then Oprah Winfrey's told that she's paying in British pounds and not American dollars. And that's when the pound was a lot more valuable, 3 times more valuable than the dollar. So she got a shock. And then they had this concert for Mandela, and it was held in Hyde Park. And Mandela was, it was really funny because Mandela's wife was so careful about his health that she had forbidden him, even on his 90th birthday, to have any drink. And of course, he spent all his time in prison without having any drinks at all. So he wanted to have a glass of champagne. So you wouldn't believe it, 90-year-old Mandela was hiding a bottle of champagne from his wife, who was coming in every now and then to check whether he was not drinking. Anyway, he then went down to meet all the pop groups that were playing at this concert in honour of him, which raised a huge amount of money. And he goes up to all of them to say hello. And he comes to Amy Winehouse, and the late, great singer, of course, but late now. But Amy Winehouse, this was 12 years ago, 14 years ago. Amy Winehouse comes up and said, Mr. Mandela, she said, you and my husband have a great deal in common. And Mandela's flummoxed. He doesn't know, what could that be? What could be? Yes, she said, both of you have spent a long time in prison. Anyway, Mandela told the story that night that in his prison cell, he was only allowed the barest of possessions, but he was allowed to have a painting that you can see it on the on Wikipedia on the website, and the painting is called Hope, and it's a painting by a British artist at the end of the 19th century. And when you look at the painting, first of all, you think it should be called Desolation, because it's a young girl blindfolded, sitting on a globe of the world, trying to play a harp where all the strings are broken, and you think that's impossible. You think, well, why is it called Hope? And Mandela explained that even in the most difficult situations, even when things seem hopeless, you've got to have hope. And he was trying to emphasize that even when he was in prison for 27 years, suffered tuberculosis, feared he was going to be executed, he still had hope that things would get better. And we have got to show people, I think, over these next few months, that they can have hope about the future. And we can give people hope by doing the things that you're already doing. And I thanked you at the beginning for all the missionary work and all the work of compassion that you are engaged in as churches and faith groups in the different communities of Fife. But coming together, I think we can give people hope in this county over the next few months, that we can get through this, that we can help each other, that we're stronger when we cooperate together, and that we can come through this by everybody sharing and trying to help each other during this time. And I hope that during our discussion, we can bring out some of these points about how we can work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gordon, for a very full talk there and about the cottage project, how we can get involved, and for that very important, crucial message that you ended with, going forward over what is likely to be an extremely difficult winter, the importance of us trying to offer hope to our communities and to the people within them. We're going to move to a time of questions and answer, and I've been asked by our Lauren, who's leading us in the tech, that if you're wanting to ask a question, if you could put your hand up, and we'll try and get as many questions as we can. We don't have a roaming microphone, so we will try and, if we are able to, repeat the question from the front before Gordon or Pauline respond. Pauline, are you wanting to say anything about the cottage project before we jump into the questions?
Yes, I think it's...
We'd like to hear a bit more detail, please. That'd be great.
So I've been the manager of the cottage for almost 14, 15 years, and we predominantly supported children in the early years. And as the times went on, we've expanded our project. We now have a therapy service, a children and family service, a dad's project, and all these other things. And 3 years ago, before COVID, that's when we had the discussion, me and Gordon, about who do you know in Amazon that's a manager? Because like every other manager of a third sector organisation in Fife and beyond, by the way, it's everywhere. I was running a bit like a headless chicken, trying to find money for a bed, money for duvets, money for shoes, money for shopping, money for gas and electric. And what I soon realised was so was every other organisation. In fact, some of us were writing probably 300 letters in a year to go out to this business, that business, coming along to churches, doing these speeches, rotaries, anything to try and find funding to help the families that we were working with. And 3 years ago, we got to a point where we had done the Christmas appeal that year, and we had around something like 1,400 families. And I thought, we can't go on like this. And I had around 40 businesses who would be donating to me, but that wasn't enough, because everybody was only given a wee bit, because they had so many letters going to them on a weekly basis, for here, there and everywhere. So when I said to Gordon, do you ken anybody that for Amazon in the management, he was like, yeah, I think I do. I think it's a Scottish guy, and I'm going to speak to him the next time I'm in London. What do you want? I said, I want anything that they can give that's extra. So he went away, and then he said to me, write a list. So I sent a list to him, towels, bedding, shoes, anything that I thought Amazon might sell. And he went away and he came back and he said, the Scottish guy that used to run Amazon, he doesn't work there anymore. So he said the guy that's replaced him, though, is seemingly a really nice guy, and thank God he is. And I'm going to go and have a meeting with him. But then COVID came and everything stopped during COVID. And most of the services, they stopped as well. But the cottage didn't. We had to continue because our families were at their most vulnerable point. And we worked alongside the social work services in Kirkcaldy, because a lot of vulnerable families then didn't want people coming into their homes, they didn't want visits, but they might have been on things like the child protection register, so these children still had to be seen. But you had workers fearing for their own safety, because at that point we didn't know what COVID was, we didn't know what the impact of that would be. So at that point 3 years ago, though, we knew who the vulnerable people in our society was, because we worked with them. But COVID brought what I call a second wave of people. So it was the people who would just be managing. They were working, sometimes 2 jobs, but their pays weren't high. So that made a shift, that took them over that boundary line. And what we've seen now with the cost of living rise is that there's a third wave of people who were just managing, and they're falling over that side as well. So the third sector and every other service is all working at crisis level. We've been squashed by the number of people that are in need now, and there's no way out. And the boundary levels for social work, as Kath, Gingerbread and everybody else that was in the third sector will tell you, the crisis level barrier gets pushed and pushed and pushed. So what we thought was a crisis 3 years ago is no longer a crisis. And it's no the same as last week, and it'll have changed by Friday. And as we go through this winter, that barrier is going to keep on moving. So the whole purpose of us starting this project was so that, well, initially it was for the cottage, to be running about like headless chickens, trying to support 400 families every week with the stuff that they needed. And then Amazon said, when we first approached them, we're going to help another 10 charities. Well, between December and me coming back to work in the January, that wasn't good enough for me. I thought, no, because it's not just in wee bits of Fife, it's everywhere. In every part of Fife now, because you've seen the stats, and they'll be worse now, because that was for last year, by the way, these stats, child poverty stats. Every part of this Fife has a problem. Every part of Dundee has a problem. It doesn't matter where you live now. You can live in Dunnacare Estate in Kirkcaldy. There's people up there who've got no money. They'll be sitting in a bought house, but they're probably not able to afford their mortgage. They might have lost their job. Somebody could have passed away. They might have depression. They might have got ill. We do cane. Everybody has, like that boat, in the first boat. If they didn't have a job, what would happen? They would end up in the second boat, or the third boat, or the fourth boat. And that boat is rocking. The fourth boat's already about sunk. So we had to make a decision about how we were going to go forward. So we went back to Amazon and said, can we roll this out to everybody across Fife that supports children and families? And they said, well, you've got the contract. So we signed the first ever legal contract with Amazon to get this stuff, so that we know that they're there for the long term, know this short term stuff. They're not going to rock up next week and say, you're not getting your stuff anymore. So we've done that bit. But in the first 3 months of this year, I keep saying last year because the times went so fast, this year we ran out of, well, we never ran out of, we couldn't meet the demand for bedding. 3 times we ran out. Now Amazon, look at the size of Amazon and the amount of surplus stock that they have. To not be able to meet demand for bedding was beyond what I imagined. We initially thought we would support 15,000 families in the first year of this project. You've just heard for Gorton. We're at 48,000 families, and it's still growing. And now we're going over the water, and we're helping in Edinburgh and Falkirk and Lothians. And the charities I've spoken to over there, they're all telling me the same thing as I'm standing here telling you. So that's how I know that the problem's widespread. The other thing is, we see in the media that, people have got money, they're just using food banks because they want to save money and they want to spend it on fags and drink and drugs and whatever. What a load of rubbish. 98% of the people that use my service, out of 400 families in a week, don't have an addiction. They have a problem because they've no money. They have poor mental health because they've no money. They're on their own. No, for one, never in my life, in the 14, 15 years that I've worked at the cottage, have I met a mum who's came to me and said, when I was wee, I thought when I grow up I'm going to be a single parent to 3 or 4 bairns and I'm going to go on benefits and I'm going to have to struggle and be on my own. That wasn't their vision. That's nobody's vision. We need to be realistic. That's not how life is. These people deserve our help. They deserve more than what they're getting. Most of them have a really good brain. What they didn't have is an opportunity to use it. Most of them have got, probably could be accountants because they budget better than I do. Because they have so little, they have to. So when people come to me and say, that's because of the way they're spending their money, no, it's no. Because you can't budget when there's no budget to budget. That's where we're at. There's no money anymore. There's nothing left. I think a young person, not even a family, but somebody even doing an apprenticeship. I mean, my God, how are they supposed to survive on a weekly basis? They're going to be staying with their mums and dads till they're about 40, because they've never got on that housing ladder. Parents are going to have to look after them even longer. That's the reality of Fife and Scotland and Britain today. So we set up this project because I'd had enough of all that running about, and I had had enough of waiting for politicians to work out how they were going to solve this problem about poverty and child poverty, because it's used all the time. We talk about it as a start. We hear about the SIMD and about child poverty, and I thought, no, this isn't good enough for the people that I work alongside. I want better for them. So
we rocked up and we asked Amazon, and what could they say? Yes or no? Well, luckily for us, they said aye. And then today, when we ran out of bed and we went to Fisher's, and then somebody asked us about paint, so we went to the paint shed. And every time somebody comes along and says that they need something because they can't afford it, because they're sitting in a house and they've not got enough money to paint a wall or put a carpet down, we go and find somewhere a solution, because all these people have the same problem. They all have surplus stock. They all have a problem when it comes to recycling. And I have a problem with people who have nothing. So the two things need to be pulled together. But that is only going to put a plaster on things. The bigger problem still exists. So we need to come together, not just in terms of the here and now and what we're going to do for our community, but how we're going to make things move at the other end in terms of policy. We need to be raising our voices to say, no, this isn't good enough. This isn't all right. People say, oh, well, there's no community anymore. I've got a great community, and I heard somebody else saying about the community they live in, and it's been a great community for 8 years. I'm from Kennoway originally. The community Kennoway was great, but the problems are all there. The days community social work teams and that 20 years ago, they've all gone because folk thought, oh, everything's all right now, so we'll start stripping all these community services back. And that's how you end up in situations like this. I mean, where do you have to get to nowadays before you get picked up by a social worker or somebody actually pays attention to you? You're just a number on a roll, and you have to hope for the best. You should be able to go to somebody and say, oh, Ken, I've lost my job. How do I fill out a benefits application? Where do I go to do that? Well, where do you go to do that? If you've never did that before, if you worked for 30 years, who do you go to? Where's the person in your community? They're not there. So we have to be these people. We have to be able to reach out to everybody and help them. I heard a lady who was sitting at my table earlier saying to me, I'm 80 and I'm old, and what can I bring? You have a skill set. That's what you can bring. That's what parents who can't cook. They can't cook, they can't sew, they cannot fill out a form, some of them can't read properly because they weren't educated. They never chose not to be educated. Something happened in their life that became more important than them going to school. Nobody starts off like this. Everybody starts somewhere. But that doesn't make you say we have to think, oh, that's terrible, and then we just pretend it's not happening. It's everywhere. If you go into the local court now in Temple Hall, there's a security guard. You can't miss it. It's in the chemist. That tells you there's a problem. You'd have to walk far along any street, even when I was driving along the road today. I could see poverty. You'd have to be told what's going on in the community. You could actually see it. And we need to do something about that. So the solution to doing something about it, regardless of whether we like, for example, Amazon's terms and conditions of that, I'm not caring about Amazon's terms and conditions at this point. What I'm caring about is, right now, I have people who need stuff. And Amazon and all these other companies are the only people who are helping them. There's nobody else coming. That's why, until that point, when the politicians do sort themselves out, I'm just going to keep on bringing all these businesses on board and trying to get these young people, this next generation of parents, growing up with a better start than they're probably going to get by me not working with these businesses. So when I was, Gordon was saying earlier about how you can help, at the Big House Project and in around your, the places that you live, we've been working with Jane and other in the council, Sheena, who's up the back there, because we're trying to set up hubs across Fife for the Big House Project. Now, one of the key things about the Big House Project is that although it's professionals that actually refer people to the Big House, so it's professionals that work with families and see the levels of deprivation that they're living in that apply for the stuff on their behalf. So that takes away this myth out there that people were abusing the system and people didn't really need them. There's no that much poverty, because unless we're willing to stand up and call all the professionals like social workers, teachers, Never Else Liars, which I'm pretty sure they won't, then I think we could be safe to say we've turned over that whole previous picture of what poverty looks like by doing that. So what we're looking for across Fife, though, is places where we can have our hubs. So maybe if you've got an empty church hall or an add-on like this Bra building or something that maybe we could open up maybe once a week that we can use so that practitioners can get stuff for families from. Then Sheena, up the back there for Fife Council, she's like, oh no. She's the one to speak to, or Jane. And we're also looking for volunteers in all different capacities to help with that as well. So it could be that you come up to the warehouse in Lochgelly and help us to reorganise it, because everything comes in big pallets and we need everything to be taken for the pallets and reorganised and things like that. You have all got skill sets that are hugely beneficial to charities like mine. So I would, if you're sitting there thinking, no, I don't think I've got anything to offer, believe me, I could tell you have. And we would really, really welcome any support that we can get, because I just got told this on Friday, I don't know if you did, but last week was the busiest week that the Big House Project's ever had. There was about 48,000 goods went out last week. And this is the start of winter. So as we progress, and it's not even been that cold, you can only imagine what that's going to look like going forward. So we would welcome any help that we can get. But I think just to end on, before we take any questions, I think, I say this all the time, but we need to join the dots here. We have really, really great work going on here and there, but actually see if we all just pooled our resources like what we've done with the Big House and one central bank, actually we could do much more good. And we would actually be able to make a much bigger difference collectively than what we'll ever be able to do as individuals. So I'll leave you with that thought.
Pauline, thank you for that, for the information about the Big House Project, but also for that rallying cry. A word that I have heard throughout today is that word community. And that now is a time where we need to connect together as a community. As different organisations, as people coming from different backgrounds, but connecting together for the benefit of our shared community and looking at ways in how we can try and improve the lives of people who have needs right now. Pauline made a cry there and an appeal that if you're somebody coming from a congregation that has a church with maybe a small bit of space that could open their door once or twice a week for local practitioners and professionals to engage with local people to provide some of the services and packages from Amazon and others where they're needed, then please let us know. You can speak to Sheena at the back, or Jane, or myself, and I might not be thanked for this, or email fife@churchofscotland.org.uk, and Lorraine will very willingly collate that information and we can pass it on and start joining those dots. Lorraine's giving me a look, sorry. We will also get that information put out into our bulletin so that you don't worry if you're not jotting it down there. But Pauline, can I assure you that this is something that we have heard from you and that we will be seeking to respond to and trying to help join those dots for the benefit of our shared community here in Fife. Jane.
Can I just say, if we could do the Q&A until maybe 10 to, I mean, we've slipped a bit, but this has been so great and we just want to carry on. So maybe do a Q&A up until about 10 to, and then have a wee break. And then
come back at 3. Okay, so we're going to have about 15-20 minutes of questions. We've got that amount of time if we want it, and then we'll have about a 10-minute break and we'll come back for our final section. I'm going to see if we can move this second mic, and if we place it between Gordon and Pauline, and then that means that folks are asking questions. If we don't all hear them, I could maybe repeat them and see how we get on that way. So, does anybody have any questions or thoughts that they would like to share at this point? A hand up. If you're able to stand, if you're able, and speak up loudly, that'd be wonderful.
It's just until don't know very much about what Pauline's doing, what Gordon's been doing, and I'd love to have that kind of information. Can we pass it on to members of our church?
Thank you. That's a quick. We've got some of the booklets here. Pauline, is there a way in which we could access that information and share it out? We do a weekly bulletin to all of our churches.
So there's an email address for the big house, and Grant, I will pass that to you. Sorry, I'll pass the email address out to everybody. In fact, I think it's in the booklet. Or maybe it isn't. Wait till I see. Anyway, there's a Big House email address, and Grant, the lovely coordinator up there, he'll be only too happy to share all the information, answer any questions. I would also say, if you wanted to go along for a visit, go along for a visit. I'm sure Grant and the staff would be happy to see you, because I'm in the process of actually making a video with Amazon, because I feel like sometimes I'm on repeat about 99 times a week with the story of the Big House, and it changes all the time. Every time a new retailer comes on or something, I'm like, oh my God, who just came on there? What's changed this week? What new stuff have we got? What I never said standing there is what's great but is also shocking is the amount of stuff that's actually available. We're not talking about second-hand stuff here. We're talking about predominantly brand new surplus stock. So I always use Monopoly, the Monopoly game. I always use that as an example. So every year Monopoly change their game for the next edition. So what happens to the previous editions? There's nothing wrong with them. They've never been opened. They would end up surplus stock. So same with shoes, coats. What's fashion in June might not be fashion come September. Same with bedding. Companies change their branding, paint colours change for catalogues and all that kind of stuff. So there's nothing wrong with anything that we get. We're not talking about stuff that's been returned because it's broken or anything like that. We're talking about new goods. And every time we put out between 6 and 12, well, we were putting out between 6 and 12,000 items a week, but this week it's went a wee bit more than that. But every time that amount of stuff goes out, more stuff comes back in. So the inventory goes out every Friday, and then what happens, it's really simple. You put it next to the inventory if you wanted 12 duvets or 20 towels or 200 toothbrushes or whatever it was. You put a number, you send it back, and then it works like a click and collect in Argos. You got a time and day to go and collect your order, and then the practitioners or organisations then distribute to the families or the young people that need that help. And we're re-looking all the time at the groups of people that we're given to, because it doesn't just affect children and families, but the reason it is children and families predominantly is because that's the area of the cottage's work, and what we're trying to do is change things for the next generation, so we didn't have the same level of problems as we have now for them. If you look at the mental health stats for kids, it's just beyond comprehension. So we've got to do something for that next generation. So that's why we predominantly. But I've already pushed the boundaries on several levels, and I was trying to explain this earlier. So when we first spoke to Amazon, John Boonfrey, we were talking about food banks. Well, in some areas a food bank is called a food bank, but in other areas that might not want to call a food bank, they call it different names, like a pantry or a wee shop or whatever they call it. It's a swap shop or whatever. So I've managed to push the boundaries so we can accommodate all these different names, so that we can, if somebody needs toilet roll and they're in St Monan's at the swap shop, they could get toilet roll at St Monan's swap shop. So we just keep pushing all the time, because we know that the need's out there for everybody, not just within, but predominantly that's who it's for, children and families.
Thank you, Pauline. So we'll make sure that all that information is available.
How do you find out where the referrals are coming from? Like in your area, how do you know?
So what we did was, initially we sent
the referral information to every single practitioner, school, charity, food bank, social work team, health centres, everybody that came across children and families in their day-to-day.
And can they make, what does a referral look like?
Very simple, one-page form, and basically we are not asking for people's names or anything. All we ask for is, because at the moment this project is funded by Charitable Trust and the council, there's boxes we have to tick. So there's a bit that asks why you're applying for the stuff, what organisation or who you are as a professional, and then it asks for the number of families that you're supporting and children that you're supporting, and that's basically it.
So you need to find out in your area who can make referrals.
Yeah, so in every area there's a school. So but your child doesn't need to be it. You do have to have a school with child. This is the other thing. Right now, right, I don't know how many people know this, but so we recently heard about the child payment doubling for children who are receiving free school meals. Well, children under 5, they're not at school, so there's no payment for them. So you don't have to have a school-age child to access this service. But somebody in your community needs to be able to put you forward, because that's part of the contract that we have with the retailers, because they want to know that the stuff's going to the people that really need it. So that's why we've done it like that. We've had to be we've had to make everybody happy to make this happen. So,
okay.
What area do you live in? Sorry. All right.
I think the gentleman at the front, and then we'll move. There were 2 or 3 hands. We'll go down that side. Yes, please, sir.
I think it's absolutely wonderful, all the things that are happening, and talking to people around here, it is wonderful, all different projects. What bothers me is that we're now becoming a society where we're relying on this type of thing. I just don't see this as something that we want to have in the future. I'm going to ask Dorothy specifically, do you ever see a situation where this country will be able to afford, pay people the right money, give benefits at the right level so that people can live decently, and in fact give them some dignity in their life and stop having to access all the charitable things that are happening, which are wonderful.
So our aim should be to abolish child poverty, and it should be to abolish pensioner poverty, and therefore you're abolishing poverty in your country. And we set a goal as a government for that to happen. We were halfway there on child poverty, and we did most of what we intended to do on pensioner poverty. And the key to that was tax credits, because once you created a minimum wage, if you could give people money on top of that, then you weren't subsidizing the employer. You were actually helping people based on their need with children. Now, unfortunately, we're fighting a battle to keep these benefits, and actually we've moved backwards. But I still think the aim is a realistic one, and it must be the aim of any civilized society, that no child should grow up in poverty. Every child should have the chance to bridge the gap between what they are and what they have it in themselves to become. And that means that we've got to help children. And I don't think there's any parent in the world that would want to say that we should not be helping children fulfill their talents and the potential. And I don't think there's any citizen in the world who would want to say that an elderly person should be deprived of dignity in retirement. So I think these are legitimate aims. You know, when I see what's happening around me, there's 2 feelings. I mean, one is anger that things are so bad and they should be better, and we, as a society, we should be doing better. But the second is compassion, that you've got to help those people in need. So yes, we want to change the system and make it better. But yes, we're facing a winter where, as Pauline said, she's dealing day after day with people, you know, who are falling apart in the struggle of life because they can't cope. And so many of these problems come back to not having enough resources. And I keep saying to people, you know, most of the people we're dealing with at the cottage are people who are working. They're not people who are unemployed. They're people who are either working or studying or trying to get a job. And what's happened in the last few years in Fife, I mean, Dunfermline is now virtually a suburb of Edinburgh. So wages in Dunfermline are a lot higher than wages in this part of Fife, in Kirkcaldy and going towards Methil and Buckhaven. And when I was growing up, Kirkcaldy and Dunfermline were roughly the same. You know, Kirkcaldy had linoleum and mining, and Dunfermline had textiles and the dockyard and everything else. And now what's happened in the last few years is that Dunfermline is getting the benefit of being closer to Edinburgh and all the housing, of course, that's developing in it. I mean, 30,000 people leave Fife every day to go to work. You know, that is such a huge transfer of people into jobs in other parts of either Dundee or Edinburgh. But those areas of Fife that we're dealing with here, that we're in Methil, Buckhaven, Glenrothes, Kirkcaldy, Cowdenbeath, Lochgelly, because the mining industry's run down, because we don't have an alternative industry to take their place. So we've got to do a number of things. One is we've got to make it easier for people to get the jobs that are available. So we're trying to get a ferry service that started and then didn't start to go from Kirkcaldy to Edinburgh. We need the college to be more effective at giving people the skills for the jobs, like, you know, North Sea Renewables, not you know, all these new jobs that are available. We've got to help people get the skills for them. And we've got to attract businesses. I mean, I keep talking to companies to try and persuade them to come to this area of Fife. And of course, we want to help all the indigenous small companies develop into bigger companies. So there are things that we can all be part of doing. But it's compassion when you see people in difficulty. I mean, the stories that Pauline. I mean, she could have told you stories about all the people that she's met over the last few months, and they are heartbreaking because people are not to blame for the Ukraine war. They're not to blame for COVID. They're not to blame for energy prices going up. But that is what is hitting them, and food prices actually are going up really at the moment faster than anything else at the moment. So no matter what we think about what's going to be done for the future, and that's, you know, a debate, we've got to help people now. And I hope we can do more this winter to ease the suffering. And then a lot of people, as I say, want to know that someone cares for them. And I think that's really important as we move towards Christmas.
Thank you. I'm going to go a bit David Dimbleby here because our time is short. And I think we'd like to try and get a couple of questions in. There was a gentleman in the back who wanted to ask a question, and there was a lady in the middle as well, I thought, with a hand up. The gentleman at the back, please.
Thank you. Peter at Dunfermline Food Bank. We're talking about food bank and getting food in. As people are aware, we have shoppers going around supermarkets as they buy their own shopping to buy some extra for the food bank. As they leave the shop, they put it in the box for the food bank, and that's then appreciate Tesco and Asda and the other supermarkets. However, increasingly people are doing their shopping online, and they order the grocery shopping and it's delivered. And there's no facility on the programme for someone doing the shopping online to add something for the food bank. I just asked Gordon, if he hasn't seen people from Tesco or Asda, if he could speak to the computer people to have some facility to add the space in the programme that can make donations for people who are buying online to give stuff to local food bank and have it delivered in. That would be helpful.
Well said. And I'm meeting the chairman of Tesco next week, so I will raise it directly from you and tell him that this is a demand from Dunfermline that's got to be met. And you're right, that there must be different ways that people can do so. And as I said, I think we could do more with gift aid as well. Gift aid, you know, I was the chancellor when we introduced it, and it was designed to help charities get the maximum amount of money from any donations that people give. And I think it's been a great help to churches in particular in being able to add to funds. But we could actually do a bit more on gift aid too. So the same sort of principle applies. We've got to make it easier for people to give where they can give. But let's be honest. I mean, in the communities that I've and Pauline work with, people who have given something and a little to people who've got nothing now have very little to give, and we've got to recognise that too.
Thank you. I think we have time for one final question, if anybody has something they would like to ask.
Mr. Brown, you mentioned, and you just mentioned it again, gift aid. Is there something that the Church of Scotland could do to add power to your elbow in convincing the government? We have an ex-moderator who notoriously said we have work to do,
but what usually means some funding behind it. So is there anything the church could do to support that campaign, if you like?
Yeah, I've signed a report with Rowan Williams, the former Archbishop of Canterbury, that is being published on Monday by the organisation called Theos. And I don't know what coverage it will get because there's so many other issues at the moment, but it is saying, so gift aid is about 1.4 billion. So it's 25% for most people is recovered. Now, if that was just 30%, if you think about it, that would be about another 200 or 300 million that could be available to charities, but also to churches. Now, there are some rules. You know, when we brought in gift aid, it was very difficult because as a lot of people tried to use it. So you organise a concert, and then you would claim that people were giving a voluntary donation, but you were really charging a fee, and then you were claiming tax relief as if it were a gift. And all these tricks were tried, and we had to tighten up on some of the rules. And I know, for example, am I right that if a church is collecting for itself, it can use gift aid, but if you're collecting in the church for a charity, it's quite difficult to get gift aid on that money. So there's certain things that can be done to improve it, and I'd be very happy to work with anybody and a group of former moderators, because Fife is very blessed by having quite a few moderators of the General Assembly who've done a great job over the years, and we could do something about it. But you're right, I think we've got to make it easier for people to give, and just as the Dunfermline Food Bank was suggesting that companies can make it easier, so too I think the government could make it easier, and it's a change that, to be honest, gets more in return than ever it would cost the government.
Thank you. We're going to break now for about 10 minutes and come back, reconvene at 3 p.m. for our final session. Before we do, can we extend a very warm thank you to Pauline and Gordon. Tea, coffee, and I think even more lovely home baking is available at the back. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have you back at your tables, and we're ready for the final session of today. Thank you. So, what I'd say that if Gordon thought he had the graveyard shift, we might need maybe a bit of emergency resuscitation now for that final session of the day. But I'd like to say I'm Shirley Grieve. I'm the Mission Support Manager for the Church of Scotland with responsibility for the priority areas. And they're the 64 communities across Scotland with those highest deprivation rates, alongside around 120 other communities that are not far behind. And my work is to help support the network of churches that are in that and beyond. I've been really privileged and really pleased to be a part of the Fife Presbytery Poverty Task Group, which is a really new thing being developed. I've not seen it in any other presbytery across Scotland, and definitely personally I'm going to try and take this out into other presbyteries as models for them to develop the kind of work that they want to work too. It's really great to work alongside Jane and Neil and Jackie and Sheena and others on the group as they've started to develop this work. And what we'll say from today is we'll collate all of this you've heard and spoken about. We'll make sure that everybody gets the message and the information that we want to send out as a result of today. And we'll keep you abreast of where we're going next and what the new developments are coming out of that. And they'll be totally informed by what the people here have spoken about today and what we'll hear in the main speeches as well. So that's enough about me and what we're trying to do. I'm really delighted to introduce Reverend Dr. Martin Fair. Martin, I've known Martin for a long time now, former moderator, of course, of the General Assembly, but more importantly, he's the minister at St Andrew's Parish Church in Arbroath, and he and his team at that church have been involved with lots of initiatives and work to be alongside people who are struggling with poverty and to find solutions even in that local context. So I'm going to hand over to Martin, who's going to give us our final address for the day, and you'll also finish with a little bit of worship and prayer. So Martin, over to you.
Thank you, Shirley. It's good to be called the former moderator. Someone last week called me the late moderator. I'm thinking, still alive. So all good. But listen, pray for me. What a challenge to follow that tour de force from Gordon and Pauline together. How do you follow that? Well, I shall endeavour to do so. On Christmas Day 2005, I was finishing my church's Christmas Day service, and I led a prayer which went something like this: Lord, thank you for all of us that are going to go home soon to enjoy a lovely Christmas Day with our families, opening presents, being with our loved ones, and so on. Oh, and please take care of those who are less fortunate. Amen. Something like that anyway. But I learned a lesson that day that I've held dear ever since. Don't pray for anything about which you're not prepared to be part of the answer to. I know my prayer was somewhat thoughtless, almost cliched, throw away. I think God did something that day. He asked me, are you prepared to be part of the answer? Did you mean what you prayed? So in any case, I greeted the worshippers as they were leaving the church that day, going on their way, and having done so, I went to close up the front door of my church. And there, as I got there, I found a young lad huddling in the doorway of our church. Now, I remember that day vividly. It was one of those kind of rare Scottish Christmas days when there actually was a heap of snow on the ground. It was a beautiful day, like the front of a Christmas card, but it was brutally cold. And there was a young lad huddled in the doorway of our church. Was there any room at the inn. Turned out this young lad was called Jamie. He was 17 years of age. He was homeless and he had a serious issue with heroin. And there's me having just been praying in the service, Lord, please take care of those who are less fortunate. What actually was I expecting God to do, if not to use me or someone like me in that moment? And so stood there, I felt convicted like I've rarely done in my life. Don't pray anything unless you're prepared to be part of the answer to it. So Jamie came home to our house that day and had Christmas dinner with us. I remember him still eating turkey and trimmings as if he hadn't eaten properly for a while. But then again, he hadn't eaten properly for a while. 17, homeless, absolutely on his own on Christmas Day. Well, folks, let me tell you, I met him yesterday. So that was 2005. We've gone on somewhat. Jamie frequents the project that we run in Arbroath through my congregation, supporting people with addiction issues. He always says hello and's ready to chat, but here's the thing. He's really not much further on, if at all, than he was back then. He still is skinny and gaunt, and you get the impression he's permanently thinking, what's my next trick to get my next fix? And I suppose some people might say, well, he's had all those years. Someone needs to tell him that he's used up all of his chances and we're done with you. But Jamie is made in the image of God. And we don't get to decide that we're not bothering with Jamie anymore. So I chatted to him yesterday, as I always do. Will he ever get through? Will he make it? Well, Gordon was saying to us, without hope, we are nothing. And it's hope that motivates us day by day. But out of that first encounter with young Jamie, they grew the project that I've mentioned that we've run now for over 16 years. It's called Havilah. And if you've never heard that word, when was the last time you read the opening chapters of Genesis? Because there you will find the word Havilah. And in those years since, we've seen literally thousands of people come across the threshold, all of them to one degree or another broken by life. Through the years, I've buried a good number, those who didn't make it. But a whole bunch of them have done. We've supported many folks to get clean and to get back on their feet. And there's been no greater joy for me in almost 31 years of parish ministry than to see broken people getting fixed in a better sense than once was their issue. Many are now reunited with their families. Many have their children back in their own care when earlier they had been taken from them. Many have gone to college. Many are working. And wonderfully, several are now involved in work elsewhere in the country, supporting people who have come out of prison, who have been in addiction, the very things that they knew themselves. There's nothing better than seeing people giving back and contributing. I could give you any number of names and backstories to go with it. So supporting and standing with those who are at the margins, those who don't fit necessarily, that is collectively our calling. It's there throughout Scripture. Sometimes referred to as God's bias to the poor, or as I found it this week in a Catholic encyclical, a preferred option for the poor. And consistently, the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland and other denominations have affirmed that, a preference, a preferred option for the poor. All of this flows out of a fundamental acknowledgement and embracing of the principle of human dignity, and that every person deserves to be treated accordingly, and therefore that the socio-economic structures which put and keep people in poverty are inherently unjust and need to be challenged at every turn. Now, of course, now I'm talking about much more than addiction. It's a hugely bigger picture, but make no mistake about it. Those who struggle with addiction also know poor mental health, also almost always have experienced childhood trauma, and almost always have grown up in material poverty and in poverty of everything else that gets in the way of life in all its fullness. Friends, isn't it the greatest indictment on our nation that so many today, as we have heard, are living in that place in poverty? That so many of our kids are growing up with one hand tied behind their backs, life opportunities restricted to them from birth. Isn't it an indictment on our society that my wife, a primary school teacher, takes food into her class every day because she knows there are kids showing up who will not have eaten? Isn't it an indictment that, as Gordon said, we have 3,000 food banks operating across the nation? Someone said to me recently, isn't it wonderful that we've got so many food banks operating? And my answer was yes and no. It's an absolute disgrace. Last time I checked, this was a civilised, prosperous, modern, developed nation. And now a whole section of our society endures the indignity and the stigmatisation associated with going to food banks and such else. But again, as we've heard, it gets worse. Now a whole bunch of people will be choosing between eating square meals and turning on the heating. So not just food banks, but warm spaces. Now, don't get me wrong. Support is good and necessary and essential. Churches where I live and where you are too, no doubt, are playing their part, along with local authority agencies and third sector agencies, to offer families safe, warm spaces throughout the coming months of winter. But let's not ever become comfortable with that. Let's not ever allow that to become the norm. Food banks have been around for long enough such that we take them for granted, and that's an indictment on our nation. One of my heroes when I was a wee kid was Popeye the Sailor Man. And I was visiting an older couple in my congregation on Thursday, and they were watching Popeye the Sailor Man on old VHS videotapes that they had. And as I sat there watching Popeye with them, Popeye stepped up and said this: "That's all I can stand. I can't stand no more." People, we seriously need to become among those who can't stand it anymore. Those who look around at the way it is and say, we're not standing for this anymore. We need to be people who rage against inequality and the affront of poverty. And we do this in two ways, with our hands and with our voices. With our hands, I mean by that through practical measures such as we've heard described all through this day and such as many of you are involved in. But I say to you, what are you doing? What are you involved in? How are you giving of yourself and your time and your resources? Is there a Jamie sitting outside your door, metaphorically speaking or literally? Looking the other way makes precisely no difference. But while we act, we also must get mad. Popeye mad. We speak out. We campaign. We lean on our elected officials. We make a nuisance of ourselves because we can't stand it no more the way it is. There's a song we sing in our church goes something like this. I will speak out for those who have no voices. I will stand up for the rights of the oppressed. I will speak truth and justice. I'll defend the poor and the needy. I will lift up the weak in Jesus' name. I will speak out for those who have no choices. I will cry out for those who live without hope. I will show God's compassion to the crushed and broken in spirit. I will lift up the weak in Jesus' name. Aren't we people who long for the kingdom to come? Aren't we those who believe that every person should have the necessary resources to live a life that reflects their worth and value? And it's because poverty is largely the outcome of structural decisions about who gets what that we're called to raise our voices in favour of kingdom values. The wonderful Christian Aid organisation has these aims: to expose poverty throughout the world, to help in practical ways to end poverty, and this, to highlight, challenge and change the structures and systems that favour the rich and powerful over the poor and marginalised. How exciting that the next moderator of the Church of Scotland's General Assembly is to be Sally Foster-Fulton, head of Christian Aid in Scotland, and who we will be sure will use her time of service to highlight these aims and the situation we are facing. All strength to your arm, Sally. But friends, as we draw near the end of the day, here's the thing. I've lost count of how many conferences and events I've been to through the years. And always I enjoy them, I'm inspired by them, and I leave at the end thinking, yes, now let's get on with it. It was like that when I first went to see the musical Les Miserables. I walked out from that theatre and was ready to build the barricades and to join in the chorus. Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? It is the music of a people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there's a life about to start when tomorrow comes. And the song goes on, will you join in our crusade? Who will be strong and stand with me? Beyond the barricade, is there a world you long to see? Friends, is there a world you long to see which is different to this one? Different, better, just and fairer. But you see, you'll go home from the conference and tomorrow will come and there will be other stuff to take care of. Those of you in churches, there will be a fabric meeting because the the toilets aren't flushing properly, or there's a leak in the session room roof. And all of a sudden, those day-to-day mundane realities will threaten to take over. Life comes at you, and before you know, the inspiration you felt leaving the conference has dissipated, and since tomorrow is going to be busy, you put off what you resolved until another day. And in the end, too often the other day never comes. But what if tomorrow never comes? To quote Ronan Keating's song, if tomorrow never comes. What if tomorrow never comes in relation to poverty? And the way it is always going to be the way it is. Well, Annie Lennox sang, "When Tomorrow Comes." Might we be among those who believe in tomorrow coming, and that it can be better, a new day and a new way. So you need to leave the conference today committed to doing one thing. Because if it's just a general impression, it's too easy to be lost. What will that one thing be that you are committed to? Your piece in the jigsaw. You're chipping away at the scandal of poverty. You or the people you associate with. At the end of our Sunday services where I ministered in Arbroath, I sometimes pronounce the benediction and then say to my folk, "Now, get out." First time I said it somewhere a little petite. Seemed a bit rude to them. It wasn't meant to be. I was just letting it be known that leaving the church at the end of worship on Sunday is not the end, but the beginning. The beginning of what we're called to in the living out of our faith. So, when we will finish in just a few minutes, people of Fife, get out. Get out. Because there are Jamies at your doors. Get out. I'll take Shirley's cue to lead us in prayer and then hand back to Shirley. Shall we pray? Almighty and everlasting God, we pray for Jamie, still struggling in his life, but a life that started with every possible disadvantage. So we pray for him and for Jamies across the kingdom of Fife and beyond. And hear us, Lord, as we rail against systems that allow for such disparity of life choices and opportunities. And Lord, as many of us will pray tomorrow, thy kingdom come, your will be done on earth as in heaven. Let us not have these as mere words, but as an inspiration to us, and a reminder to us that you have called us to participate in the coming of your kingdom, and not to be idle bystanders. Lord, we pray for each person here today, each organisation represented, that you would strengthen us for this coming winter season, that you would equip us, we pray. We thank you for Amazon and the other businesses who have responded positively. May there be a coming together as never before, that the need and the want would be matched with the supply. Yes, Lord, let your kingdom come among us. And why? Because we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Martin, and thanks for the passion of your address and for that last call to action. And I know that obviously one of our actions as a task group will be to reconvene and see what comes next after this. I'll certainly be taking up the action of the lady here, which is to pursue the rise of 30% in gift aid with the church and in the appropriate forum for that as well. I'd just like to say thanks especially to Sharon and Margaret and Carol, who were here with us today earlier. It was great to hear from you. It was really great to hang out on the table with you, and I hope you get home in time for Strictly, Margaret. Thanks for the Dundee Fairness crew as well. They were fab. Elizabeth, I forgot to mention you on the task group. You were brilliant as part of that group. And of course, we miss Gillian, who's not here today, but we know that she'll be with us soon as well. I'd like to send a special thanks to all the ladies who did all this fantastic baking and hospitality. And thanks once again to Gordon and Pauline for that brilliant input as well just before Martin. So all I can say is, I think, is anything else to say? No? Thanks for coming. It's been great to be here with you today. Beautiful building, fantastic hospitality and safe home. And we know we'll meet up again really soon to take this forward in the new way. Thank you.